he's gotten good enough at the job that now he's like finding ways to slack off without being caught.
He's a fine employee. He can come in late. I'm cool with it.
All right. Last we left off, you were tasked by the Sen Lumina leadership to investigate a hallway passing by the Mushroom Kingdom, which you've inhaled, and it wasn't pleasant, for sure. But guided past that by your guide, Tetopo, who was a little bit worse for wear after taking like 6 damage or however much. Guided to the spot in question where his friend and partner, whose name I've forgotten at this point, was killed by a giant laser. You have found and defeated the source of the giant laser alongside a plethora of a number of smaller constructs that fired littler lasers at you. And discovered a series of reliefs that seem to depict some events left behind by who knows. But it appears to be of Dwarven make, considering there's Dwarven captioning at the bottom. And that was the last thing that happened. So you find yourselves at the bottom of the stairwell where the other bigger construct, which was teleported away somewhere by Pratchell, used to reside. What would you like to do?
Can I go through the smaller constructs and see if they have any cool shit I can sell?
Make an investigation check. Cool shit, hard to find. You rifle through their non-existent pockets, because they have no pockets. It's strange. Like when they fell, dead, I suppose you can call, their limbs sort of just like dismantled. Like it wasn't like they were broken apart. Almost like they're all of the smaller contracts seem to have like been disassembled. Almost like all the limbs and segments have just popped off pretty much. There's a number of various limbs that you can take if you'd like. There's like the sort of central spherical head with the lenses. Those are just like basically body parts.
I'll take some body parts if I'm allowed to do so.
Yeah, it's easy enough to find. They didn't suddenly go missing because you rolled really shit. Yeah, what would you like to take? There's like legs. There's like the weird like horse hooves almost. There's like pieces of arm, like wiring, spherical heads. The little tube that they're using to shoot lasers at you.
I'll take a head and a tube.
Okay. Write down one strange construct head / you can put it in your however you like, but you have them. Just mark them in your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Jana's gonna see Zero take a head and say, "Good idea, Zero. 2 heads are better than 1."
What does that even mean?
A thumbs up.
That was a good one, Jenna.
Did you fail a fucking joke wisdom save?
Jenny, you take 4 points of cringe damage.
Anyways, any dead bodies around? Can we like?
There's a number of dead bodies. A lot of bloodstains. There's a lot of your skeletons were like the initial skeleton you had was vaporized. Like the whole torso is just gone pretty much. It just got made. There's a number of other skeletons here though. Some of them look to be stockier, like dwarven in nature. Some of them thinner, longer, akin to like elf or human. Hard to tell, but so average size.
First things first, I'm taking as many as I can fit into my fun little bag.
Like, do any have like flesh on them?
Make an investigation or medicine check.
Which one am I better at?
Deirdre, how much stuff do you have in your bag of holding right now?
I have 428 pounds worth, or 428 weight worth of things.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I'll say you can put in a number of. Don't you already have like a number of skeletons in there already?
I do already have a number of skeletons in there. I have them as I looked up about how much a humanoid skeleton would weigh, and it's roughly 25 pounds, and I have them there as 25 pounds. If this is an acceptable number.
Sure. I don't think you have anything like super large other than the human skeletons, right?
No, just
Okay.
a number of human skeletons.
Yeah, I'll say there's like there's about 6-ish skeletons. Some of them are partial. There's about 3 of them are actually complete. I'll say you can put the 3 complete ones in there. You can put the partial ones in there as well if you want to, like some of them, but they'd be partial.
Now, there's nothing special about them, right? They're just skeletons.
They're just regular skeletons. The medicine
Okay,
check. Riley, you're sort of just sifting through the bodies. None of the skeletons themselves that you can see before Deirdre just pops into a bag are fresh. They seem real old, like pretty old. You do notice that there is a number of bloodstains here. A lot of it is dried, like long dried. There is one puddle that is relatively fresh, like it's starting to coagulate.
Does it lead anywhere?
It looks like there have been drag marks, like going further down towards where the other bigger construct was.
Towards where the bigger construct was.
Yep.
So that
there's
would be where everybody is kind of coalescing. So Riley's going to head up there.
Okay. At
He's
some
gonna
point,
follow the tracks.
at some point, the blood skids begin to just stop, and it just ends. But they do seem to be going towards that direction. And there wasn't a body where that the bloodstain was.
Can we further investigate the area around the skids, or?
Make an investigation check.
Sure.
Well, that's happening. They're just on the lookout for the body of that one gnome who we came here to potentially save and or resurrect.
That's exactly
wants to try out some resurrection.
Probably just help out Riley then. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. If Riley is making his ideas known, Deirdre would be happy to assist.
Hey, does anybody know what's going on with these tracks down here? That's your cue.
I would like to try and do detect magic.
Okay, as a ritual.
Yeah. I'll try and go where this guy is.
You will
This
politely move out of the way.
Okay. Okay. At the top, sure. Cool. So Deirdre's helping Riley investigation. So Riley can roll advantage if you want to, or Deirdre, you can roll investigation if you want to.
Throw some advantage at you.
I think my roll. Well, then again, it's advantage. I can roll a 20. No, I can't. But that was still a really good initial check.
Yeah. So just following these bloody skid marks, it was dragged for a while, and then you see the blood begin to pool in one spot where it ends. You gather that at some point the body itself was like picked up instead of being dragged.
And it just ends there? There's no other further marks of where it could have been dragged or picked up? Like there's no tiny spots of blood like dripping from him?
There's a few tiny like speckles still continuing in that direction, but like there's no like larger skid marks. At some point, stairs, that's where the he seems to go up towards one of the stairs to the right, and then that's where the speckles begin to end.
So this area then. Well, if that's all my investigation did, I have nothing more to do.
At least until we head further in that direction.
Pratchell, are you okay?
Pratchell is just sort of looking at the reliefs. Didn't seem to hear you.
Okay. Thought he was just T-posing against a wall.
Yeah, he's looking at the release, but like you said Pratchell are okay pretty loud, and he didn't seem to take notice.
Okay.
He's at the
probably
relief.
fine.
He's at the relief with a larger depiction of the circle of the eye and the tendrils.
He's probably fine.
I have a theory I would like to suggest that I came to like over the last 2 weeks, but I also feel like it's easy enough information that everyone knows and that Zero would have known, so I'm gonna say it in character. Do you guys think the moon is one of those ball eye things?
The moon.
Interesting.
Ball eye? What are you guys talking? Oh, there's some weird glyphs here.
I think
Ball eye things?
I think it might be reference to the city.
Which city?
Then
Lumina?
Because in one direction we found the spiny things with the obelisk, and then we found the metal things here. These
That's true.
weird things. And then there's some other third area that I think might be able we might be able to find it by going back to the city and doing investigation.
Perhaps we could ask one of the seats. Or is it chair? I don't remember.
Seats.
Seat, yeah, okay.
They don't believe in chairs.
Only beds?
Stools.
Ah. Well, a stool's a kind of chair.
Heresy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get kicked out of the fun little gnome city. But what ball orb things are we talking about? Was that something that was mentioned in the in the thing we just found that I don't remember?
Yeah, it was divided between I think 3 different segments, and one of them depicted like these giant like balls with an eyeball in it or something. I'll go into that.
And another one was the spires, but what was the third thing?
Nasty.
You're talking about the last relief, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the very last. It's the relief of a like there's like 6 or 5 or 6 other reliefs total. The one of the recurring themes between them was a sphere in the sky. And in between reliefs, an eye would occasionally just be there or not. The very last relief is a depiction of this sphere, circular object, with an eye in the middle, and that around the circumference, on the surface, if you would, is 3 long tendrils in equal parts, and there were in between the tendrils on the surface were various depictions of structures and creatures. One was had long rectangular pillars and triangular spikes coming from creatures there. One had smooth, circular, rounded shapes with creatures with one eye, clad in what looks like smooth armor. And the other one had what looks like towering hives of flesh with weird, fleshy, like grotesque meat creatures.
So what you're saying is something's fucking up with the moon.
Is the moon a fucking beholder?
Holy shit! Could you
I thought so
imagine?
at first, but I mean, I forgot that they were depicted like more than one of them, so maybe not. I take back my suggestion, but I did think it was fucky after we saw this and the whole like Deirdre going like, "What the fuck is the moon?" So,
What the fuck is the moon? Hold on,
I'm probably wrong.
because hold on, there was a big war with like the Titans and the Gods and stuff. What if they killed the other 2 moons and this is the only one that's left?
Where did the other 2 come from then?
Well, they were here at some point and probably came from the same place as the moon that we know and love. But the other 2 got blown up by Jeezy Boy.
Jeezy?
By who?
Jeezy Boy. Yeah.
Jeezy Boy.
Is it Jesus?
Yeah.
Who is Jesus in this universe?
I don't know,
Oh,
the
wow.
fucking Iron Giant, like the Titans, you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about.
I also wanted to discuss where you guys think like the first fire falls in all of this.
No
Because
clue.
here's what I thought, and I don't know if this would be in character. I do feel like it is because all this stuff is like stuff Zero already knows. But so we have like this pantheon of fake gods, right?
Uh-huh.
And we have the first fire, who are again just up to some other fuck shit, but like this whole illusion of these gods being the gods was created by somebody, and I feel like it might have something to do with all this weird shit.
So do you think
I
the
feel
first fire invented the 10?
That seems pretty likely to me.
I don't
Because
know if they
here's the
invented
problem
it.
I have. Riley is directly connected to the first fire as like some sort of torchbearer for Aerolok Nohog. And I don't know if Aerolok was one who opposed the current gods or opposed the 10. Or neither. There's so much lore that's missing, and I don't know what to conclude from it all.
Because in the lore, the first fire were like fighting the 10, right? That's what we were told.
Okay,
Historically.
so they're an insurrection against the 10. Gotcha. And the
Yeah.
10 likewise are an insurrection against the actual gods.
Yeah, so I'm saying all that's bullshit.
Where did the 10 come from is a pretty important question that I think we need to obviously find an answer to. But like, what do you think the odds are that the first fire are the 10, or that maybe the first fire were just actually like old gods?
That would make so much sense because the first fire was challenging the old gods in the first place, or supposedly not the old gods, the 10 or whatever, because they thought that they were more powerful, right? Or like more deserving of the power or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And the old gods did fight amongst themselves like
That's
all
true.
the time.
Akem is,
The first fire, don't we?
you know, he's fucking evidence of that.
But yeah,
Not to mention my first-hand experience
with Akem.
And, you know, the gods, like, you know, petty squabbles killing each other and such and so on and so forth.
Simon, what did the first fire do again? They were like waging war against the gods.
You were told that, just stories growing up, pretty much. You were told that the first fire, when the Umbral era started, that's when actual arcane magic came into being. Like all the arcanium that was just laying around that people were told not to touch. Some people just started fucking with it. Those people became the first wizards, first sorcerers, and eventually there's enough of them that coagulated into a group called the First Fire.
Interesting.
That arcanium came from the Titans, right?
Yeah, the arcanium, according to history, was sort of like diluted god power. They were powered by the 10, pretty much. They just functioned through them, and just as a byproduct, they would leak arcanium. They would bleed arcanium.
Or so it was said.
Yeah, I almost feel like the first fire created the 10 to erase the old gods or something.
I don't know
But
about
why?
that. I think
No, because
First
all of the
Fire
old gods,
were allied with the old gods and fighting alongside them.
because the old gods, it seems to me, could easily enough make themselves known again. They're hiding from something.
I think even within our own party, we are influenced by either an old or new god.
I mean, we all have our own personal ties with the old gods.
The fact that
Because I
Mills
think
just
about
said new god, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
because I think about how we were at the obelisk and some of us were told not to trust them, and then some of us weren't told anything. So there's something there, I think, of alignment, perhaps.
And I don't know about you guys, but my god rarely speaks to me.
I also think that like the old gods, they wouldn't like take up a challenge like the first fire. Like they don't take like active roles on our plane or anything like that. In general, like we'll see little things here and there, some stuff in our dreams, but like we do all the work. I'm not saying that they don't do anything. I'm just saying they hardly ever like intervene.
This is true. However, I believe Akem to be the exception to that rule. He seems to want to have a commanding role.
Well, because Akem's probably more afraid than the rest.
Maybe. But of
Because-
what? I could have learned.
Yeah, he did want to show you. Not sure. I think you probably made the right decision there, as nice as it would have been to know.
We didn't have much time.
Yeah, and also you might have been killed, which, that's always reversible, but like would have been a little inconvenient,
Guess we'll have to learn somewhere else. Speaking of
Actually,
learning,
Go
We
ahead.
should find that gnome.
Yeah,
well,
probably.
if you want some pointers, there's a massive pool of fresh blood over here.
Can I tell you guys a secret?
So,
This is in character. I hate if I have to distinguish that. Anyway, my deity gave me the opportunity to ask her one question, and she said she'll give me an answer. And this isn't like a yes or no question. Like I can ask her something and she will give me answers. This is Misty now. Simon was like, well, you don't know if she'll tell you the truth, so I do have to consider that. I'm not saying she's gonna lie to me, but he is making me paranoid now. So but yeah, that is something that I received the chance to ask a single question. And I thought about using it for like Zero stuff regarding their backstory and stuff like that, but I feel like these secrets are much, much, much juicier. And I don't know, I just wanted your thoughts on cashing in on a question regarding all of this stuff. And if I did do that, what question?
Well, my vote's either on figure out what the fuck is up with the moon, or figure out what it is that the gods fear that Akem wanted to show Riley, is where my first thoughts go. Or,
I'm good with
the
that.
secret of the first fire and the 10 and the gods and all
Yeah.
that. Like, why are the
where
gods
did the
hiding?
10 come from? Yeah, something like that. We all have the general idea of like one of the questions we want to ask, so we just need to decide on which one.
I'm tempted to ask about what Akem was going to show us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the
It's up to you,
plan
Zero.
ready?
Yeah. It's your question.
The detect magic goes off. Within 30 feet radius of you, nothing that you wouldn't expect from where you are.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you're up there, the tunnel does continue downward for a little bit.
Oh, okay, so it's
Like,
just
like-
the end
like-
of this particular
Yeah,
room.
yeah, like the top isn't just like a wall; it does continue forward.
Can I move up over here? Like
Sure.
up to the top then?
Yeah, so around there, it looks like the tunnel still goes down further, just continuing the same pillar patterns, the wall. No relief that you can see from this distance, though. And it continues past your dark vision, but no magic up from where you are either.
I'm gonna shoot a firebolt down the hallway.
That goes 120 feet.
Yep.
All right. Using your sick math skills, you can relatively measure out how far it would go. Using your maximum distance as a gauge, so you fire down a firebolt. Goes about 30 feet, still going. 60 feet, still going. 80 feet, still going. About around the 110 foot mark, it hits a wall. The wall from this distance is kind of hard to tell, but it looks like a different coloration of this than the stonework around you.
Do any of us
Looks
notice
like-
the fact that he casted?
The people are standing up there. Probably it's just like a big light that happens just go down for a little bit.
Hmm.
It looks like there's a wall at the end of this hallway.
Want to go check it out?
Might lead to the dwarf, or the gnome, rather.
That's what I'm hoping.
Let's go then. Oi, Pratchall! There's more down that way!
While we're
but-
walking, can I do like I guess investigation or try and look for like more markings on the wall or things like that?
Okay. Yeah, make an investigation check. All right. Yeah. So as you're going along the wall, there's no looks to be like historically relevant reliefs on the wall, but just sort of along, like engraved in the walls, similar to the manner they were before. You see humanoid esque reliefs. There's no like face or anything to them, but you do get the general humanoid shape. A lot of them are stockier. They look to be around dwarven height, and they are engraved to be relatively accurate, like to scale. Like they're just engraved in the wall, like almost like a shadow, sort of like embedded in the wall. And for the first 30 or 40 feet or so, you see a number of these dwarven-esque humanoid figures sort of engraved in the wall. Then you see thin, oddly shaped humanoids with thin feet, almost horse hoof-like, with little depictions of wires coming from their hands. Not unlike the things you've just fought. You also see larger ones of those, ones that have like hunched backs and strange rib cage like protrusions coming out of them. You see another relief. Like the further in you go, they just get more and more frequently until eventually all the dwarves are just phased out, and it's all of these other oddly shaped figures. You see one that has a large shield for one arm, and the other one has a very thin, almost crab-like, like tube almost to it, not unlike the ones you just fought or the one that Pratchell's kidnapped. You see a very large, very tall, 15-foot engraving. Again, similar to the other ones where it's just like the general shape with a very large tube, but a fairly small hand with an open rib cage and a humanoid-esque face. You see ones that have 4 legs and 4 arms that end crab-like claws. Just a lot of these strange other figures until eventually you get to the end of this hallway. And just continuing past the wreckages of metal you just fought earlier, past the murals and past the stairways. You hit the end where you see the hallway goes from a square and sort of almost gradually transitions to a perfect circle, a cylinder. And at the end is a circular green wall, just blocking the rest of the hallway. About 15, 20 feet in diameter. And it seems to have the same greenish coloration as the metal at the very entrance that Tito Poe introduced you to. Embedded about halfway into the metal wall, now looks like a globe of almost like black glass. What would you like to do?
Does the black glass look familiar? Like, does it look like the spires that we saw earlier?
From this distance, you can see the sort of spires you saw earlier, the little obelisk things. They absorbed pretty much like no light at all. Like you would shine a light to them, it would be like a void. This one does have some sort of reflection. If you have some light stuff, it does look like a glass.
Okay.
Want to get
is it
this
almost
angel to
like
touch it?
is it almost like the pearl from Akem?
The pearl was like pretty translucent, not translucent. What's the other one? Opaque.
I see.
This does look like a glass.
You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna cast Find Traps to see if this thing is evil.
Okay. How long does your thing last?
An hour.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So using the spell, you do get the sense that if something were to go wrong at this door, something bad would happen.
If something were to go wrong,
Like you get like it's
like if we were to disturb something, or
like if you get the sense that if there's like a yes no scenario to this. If it's a no, it
Yeah.
will do something bad. But you're not sure exactly what that would be.
but it's harmful, as for the purposes of this spell.
Potentially.
Hey Jenna, you're good with like magic orbs. You touched one before. That's like a yes no kind of thing. I convey the nature of this
Yeah.
trap to everyone. Jenny, you're good with magic orbs. Give it the go. See what happens.
The last one spoke to me. I'm a little weary of this one.
Go
Yeah,
up
so
to
you-
it, butter it up.
You guys are about 60, 50 feet away from it right now.
Is
Like just
Paco
within
with
it.
us?
Yeah, he is. Like when you call it for him, it took him like 10 seconds for him to respond, but eventually he did run up back towards you.
Okay.
Well, I feel like as far as yes no goes, we're pretty yes, right? Like, right?
I'll hang back here in case anything goes wrong.
Yeah, I'll hang back here.
Should I touch it?
I mean,
I
the
don't
yes
think
no
it
thing might
matters what-
be like
Yes.
if you're a robot thing or not.
Chris,
Or maybe it's an aliveness test, in which case I would probably not be considered alive. I don't know. It's very confusing stuff. I think somebody should touch it.
Why
Nose
don't we have
goes,
one of
Janet
those
touches her
robots?
nose.
We have all those robot hands there, right?
That is actually a really good idea. Throw a robot hand at it, see what happens.
I know we stopped talking about our theories, but while we decide who's going to touch the ball, I also considered Riley has ties to the first fire, apparently.
I don't know if I ever verbalized that as Riley. Wait, are you speaking as Missy or Zero?
0.
Oh, I don't know if he ever shared that information
Okay.
or made it clear anyway.
Okay. Then
Riley runs his mouth, so I don't know.
Okay, so I'll just say this. We're over here thinking like, oh, maybe the first fire is behind the erasure of the gods, but it's like they're being like super like criminalized. Like they're this like forbidden group that's seen as like almost like terrorists. I almost feel like whoever erased the old gods and made the 10 was fighting against the first fire, and the first fire knows what happened, and they like full on like demonize them to the point to where they have to like go into hiding now because they know the truth of what happened.
It sounds kind of like us.
Hold on. What if the 10 are real gods? What if the 10 are 10 of the old gods who have stolen the domains of the other gods?
Well, they'd have to be real, but I don't know if they're at all
I've never thought about it.
associated with the old gods at all.
Has anyone here ever met a cleric of the 10?
We've met several.
I have. Yep. We've met a corrupt one.
And they do real cleric magic.
As opposed
No,
to
no scam, not fake.
Well,
Because
I know George.
I'm a cleric,
I
and
think.
my strength is a direct gift from Orin.
Well,
And I'd
Deirdre,
imagine it's similar to other clerics.
do you want to hit up Obethys then? See the hull of the tin, see what that's all about.
Yes, let's go to Obethys.
I mean, I figure it's probably on the to-do list at some point. Can't say I'm super thrilled about it. I'm not a huge fan of the 10 personally, because they seem to be doing some not great things to, my faith personally. But that strength has to be coming from somewhere. So I think
How
the
much-
10 might actually be usurpers.
how much time has passed in game since we've been last to know about this?
You guys went there.
It was before
month of-
summer.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
before summer. You guys, it was like going into the late phases of summer when you guys went to Sonia. So it was like mid-spring-ish. It's currently, give or take, like 40 or 50 days.
Yeah.
So much
If
time.
we go back, we just have to be really careful because the only person who would have let us off the hook there no longer has the job.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High Priest Rathar is out of a job, and was our only way to get through. And now it seems like it might be a little bit more corrupt and high security over there.
Well, I guess we'll cross that rope when we climb to it.
I have no
so
way
who's
of.
touching this orb?
Yeah, right. Orb. I think I like Zero's idea the best.
Zero did have a very good idea.
What about the robot arms?
Yes.
Oh well, nose goes. Jana was first. Zero was second.
I already called dibs on hanging back here. You guys are on your own.
Looks like
I'm
it's
not
a
emergency
Deirdre.
button.
Zero, you
Why
literally
not?
have magic hands.
Chris would never turn an opportunity like this down.
I'll
Why
touch
hold
it.
him back?
You're just gonna touch it.
You're gonna walk up to it and
I'm
touch it.
I'm gonna have my hand out, and then
Hold
I'll
on.
slowly walk up to it.
Were you
And
prepared
then-
for a funeral today, Simon?
I'm always prepared for a funeral since day one, since the campaign started. I was ready to murder all your characters.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Death Ward on Chris.
Okay.
Good call.
Is that concentration? No.
Nope.
Sure.
Last
Uh,
8 hours.
Cool. So, Chris, you walk out with your hand out and slowly just approach it like you're about to pet a brontosaurus at Jurassic Park.
Before Chris does that, Jana wants to hold his shoulder to say, "You've got this, champ," and then cast guidance.
Okay.
Riley is also going to say, "Don't die over there" in Elvish, and inspire him.
Okay. You're stacking all of your
You're
eggs
gonna-
into the Chris basket.
And from
You're gonna
across
die
the
in
room,
style, Chris.
I give him a strong thumbs up. That's what I do.
Okay.
I'll say thank you in Celestial.
What did he just say?
He said
Anybody
thank you.
understand that?
Why did you just call me?
Oh, okay.
He's having a stroke.
Okay. Yep. And as you approach, inspired, guided, and also with the image of a fresh thumbs up in your mind, you approach the wall. You get to about 20 feet of it, and you see the glass orb sort of like rotates on its axis, and it reveals another half of like this globe. This side seems to have like a lens, not unlike the things you just fought earlier. And it sort of points towards you, Chris, and this blue light begins to emit from it, and it slowly starts sort of like running down your body, like from top to bottom, very slowly. Once it hits the floor, the light turns red, and the globe turns back around to its black glass state. Make a dexterity check. Or make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
This is just
Okay.
comedy.
That black glass orb begins to like grow dark. Like there was some light and now there's not, and suddenly that little mote of darkness launches towards you and strikes you faster than you can react. You take 30 points of necrotic damage. As you hit it, you get hit by this little motes of darkness, and it feels a little bit cold at first. And you look down, it feels warm as there's now like a pretty sizable chunk of flesh just missing from your body, like in a perfect sphere. I should also note that, Chris, as you approached, you felt colder, like as you got closer and closer, and to the point that you can see your own breath. So it's reasonably cold over here for some reason.
Okay.
And I'm guessing Riley
I'll-
sees what happened there.
It didn't look friendly for whatever it was.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you
gonna
all
try
right,
and get
Chris?
back. I'm gonna try and hobble back.
Yep, you hobble back, and you all see
Yeah.
the new, fresh, like fist-sized wound that is literally just like a fist-sized chunk of flesh missing from his abdomen.
Honestly,
Not
you
bad.
guys go 3 seconds without near-death experiences. I'm healing him at 4th level.
Okay.
I have an idea. Disguise self as one of those little robot things, and then
Oh,
get
that was
scanned like that.
I was thinking that, but I feel like this system's more intelligent than just this guy's self.
What if it
Like-
ain't
Well,
though?
It's a glorified circle. What is it gonna have? True sight or something?
Yeah, I can go try. Simon, how much larger were those robots in comparison to us?
The ones, the more frequent ones you were fighting were not much bigger. They're a little bit shorter than an average human, actually. But not by much, though. They're about person-sized. Yeah.
That's 13 healing.
Yep. Really shit roll again.
Hmm. Can you tell me the part again about the like silhouettes of dwarves on the wall?
Yeah, they just look like silhouettes of dwarves. Some of them are carrying tools and such, staves, robes. But they just look like dwarves. They're about the same proportions as dwarves. They're short, but they were stocky. They were wide poon, if you will.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So
but they were
not
just
gnomish.
no, not gnomish and not human. They were distinctly tall enough to not be gnomish or halfling, but they're short enough to not be human or elf. And they're also you didn't see there weren't any like distinguishing features. There wasn't. It was almost like it was like painting a figure with only like one shade of paint. Pretty much, it was like carved out that way.
And these depictions are like leading down the hall to that orb?
Like just throughout. Like there's more dwarves, but then they start trailing off, and they start more of the mechanical creatures that you just fought as you get closer and closer.
Hmm. I'm gonna disguise self as a dwarf.
Dwarf, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. And you're gonna walk forward.
Yeah, just like a burly dwarven man, and yeah, I guess I will slowly approach.
All right.
Damn, I don't get like a good luck or anything, guys.
Jana slaps you on the ass for guidance.
You saw what you did to Chris. I honestly don't think this is going to get us anywhere.
Okay.
I only
Unless
volunteered
it
to go
does.
because of my roguiness. We shall see.
All right. So you disguise yourself as a dwarf. Describe what your dwarf looks like.
Crap. I don't know what like. Is there any like stereotypical look that the dwarves of Petscat look like? Just like like just a dude from a crowd. I don't know.
Beard.
Yeah, just beard. A lot of them had like light brownish to like ginger red hair.
Yeah.
A lot of them were like the ones you've seen on the inside. They're pretty rough and tumble for the most part.
Mhm.
It was a working industrial city. Yeah, but you disguise yourself as Dwarf A listed in the credits.
Yeah.
Okay, and you start approaching the wall.
Sure.
Okay, so again, as you get within 20 feet of it, you begin to feel colder. To you, who grew up in a desert, it's uncomfortably cold, like physically uncomfortably cold, even like from this distance. And you begin to see your breath, which is not a thing you're very used to at this point. And again, that orb rotates on its axis, and that lens is revealed again, and again, blue light emits, and it begins scanning you from top to bottom. And once it hits the ground, the light remains blue as it begins scanning you back up again, and it stops. And that where the light used to be like almost like a flashlight, like very broad, it begins to focus in. Jesus.
Bless you. Bless
Jesus.
you.
It's that,
Bless
yeah.
you.
I'll pass it on.
Bless you.
And so it begins to narrow, the light begins to narrow more and more until it's a focused beam of blue light. And it's sort of just searching around on your body until eventually it highlights your bag. And it stays there for about 3 seconds before the light turns green and the globe returns to its original position, revealing that black, glassy surface again. As it does, the walls begin to shift with a large rumble. As you can, all of you at this point can feel some sort of mechanisms grinding and shifting just above and below you, like a miniaturized earthquake. This green metal wall begins to split into 5 separate pieces that all rotate into the walls, revealing a circular entrance into a strangely shaped green hallway, which Zero you can see pretty clearly at this distance. It's dimly lit, it by like what looks like a almost sickly green light, and the metal hallway itself is curved in strange areas and bulges occasionally, like almost like an hourglass shape, just leaving these sharp corners into these walls. And as the doors fully open, all of you are just hit with this rush of cold, winter-like air. Yeah.
Does Jana feel anything?
Do I feel cold?
Yeah, it's not great here.
Okay.
Can I reach into my bag and pull out my my ID? The one that we made here in Tetscat?
Okay, yeah. You pull your ID, and it has the Fathomless crystal sheath with the piece of paper with all your details on it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll just turn around and wait for the gang. And Sarah has this look on their face like, oh my god, it fucking worked. They're very surprised.
Let's go in a
Beans
magic
aren't as-
cavern.
Yeah.
A little cold never hurt anybody, I suppose.
I will lead the way if that will make things easier or safer or something. I'm not sure how any of this works, but I will head in first.
All right. Cool.
Go on, Chris. We all know you want to be second.
Yeah, so what's the marching order here? So Zero's first.
I'll go second.
I'll
I
follow
will go
that.
third.
All right, then
Wait,
Riley will.
How tall is this passageway?
It's the whole entrance itself was about 15 to 20 feet, but you can see
Okay,
it
so-
slowly narrows down, but it widens out and then narrows down. It's kind of a strange thing.
Well, for as long as is possible, I'll have the angel flying over top of us and then take the back, I guess.
Okay.
Riley will take the spot after Deirdre.
Okay. And I guess that leaves Jenna and Giorgio taking up the rear.
Mm-hmm.
And Pratchell.
Pratchell will. Pratchell's not looking great. He's going to hang back.
You okay, Pratchell?
What?
Do you need a granola bar, perhaps?
Need some prunes.
I would love a granola bar.
Janet takes out a Nature Valley bar, but it's just crumbs.
It's just granola at this point, not even granola bar.
Well, this is awfully large.
Ooh, is it ever?
Ooh, fun shapes.
Yep, so it continuing further into this hallway for about 20 feet or so, you get to this point. This sickly green light in a green metal hallway is disorienting. Like it's almost messing with your depth perception to an extent. Like you're unable to tell exact distances sometimes. Like things look a little bit closer or farther than they actually appear. Sort of clanging of your footfalls on metallic flooring just resonates throughout the hall. Not far, but like you can almost feel every single footfall, and each other's footfalls. A feeling of just frigidness in the air. It's not quite a harsh winter to the point of danger, at least not for long periods of time, but it is unpleasant for most of you, especially you, Zero, without warmer clothing. And it smells very strange in here, like it's perpetually musty. Like a newly open attic that hasn't been open for a long, long time. It's just that scent. And it's almost stuffy and very uncomfortable for some of you. Okay. You do continue a little bit further, and you can see Zero ahead of you. It does widen out in one section. Everybody make a perception check.
Zowie. Perception.
Nice. Yep. So I'd say the first to catch these would be Deirdre, Riley, and Jenna. As you're sort of marching forward, you get to the point where it looks like it widens out a little bit from what you can see with a little bit of light you can see here. And you can swear you hear like a soft whirring noise coming up from my head.
I swear, we gotta fight another one of those things.
Yeah, I was thinking, should we be concerned about that?
Probably.
Can Janet take a second to use her primeval awareness?
Sure. So you take a minute. Yeah, so it lets loose, and you don't get anything with it that's fairly close. Elementals and monstrosities.
Those things before popped up, right? I'm pretty sure they did. That we just fought.
No, I don't think so.
No, they didn't.
No, I
No.
saw
Okay,
something
why does?
in that direction, but it was like a mile away.
Okay, well, we took a breather for nothing.
Well,
I would like to remind everybody that I am running out of spell slots, so if you need healing,
Jana can
we're not
heal
looking
people.
good. Okay. As long as we understand that going further means probably danger.
we could always
Is
take
everyone-
like a slit little short rest.
Is everyone okay right now? Like, at least HP wise?
So long as something doesn't hit me, I should be fine.
Yeah,
I'm
not
okay.
entirely, but I'm death warded, so like it's probably fine. Could definitely use a short rest though.
Well, this spot right here probably is not the place for a short rest.
It's a bit
Yeah,
cold.
fuck it. Let's just keep going.
All right.
Did you want to stop and short rest somewhere, Jenna? We can go back out.
Oh, Jana's fine. It seems like it's everyone else that wants to.
Oh. I want to go for a slick little divine intervention. See if I can get some vitality restoration going up on here. Pray to the death god. So I'm gonna go for a divine intervention and see if that works.
Sure.
Nope.
Yeah, so you try to plea towards Orun, the Maggot King. There's something about the environment here that's just, it's weirdly unsettling and just very out of place almost, and you can't go with focus and nothing reaches you.
Does it feel like kind of like the obelisk or the pillar, like that area?
No, you don't get a sense of like like wrongness like you did with the pillar. It's just very strange in here.
Yeah, just we are outside of the Maggot King's domain, essentially. This
What
ain't
does it
cave no
mean
more.
that this place down here where there's like these weird fucked up constructs and all this like weird wall art depicting various really scary stuff. What does it mean that there's like a dwarven like crypt down here? And I don't have a yes or no answer for sure, but I put my money on the fact that my ID had the crystal in it. That's why my bag lit up for a moment.
No, I don't think so, because Chris would have had the same thing happen.
No, but he wasn't
Chris
the
isn't a
size of the
dwarf.
dwarf.
Well,
He didn't even
your
pass
ID
the
does
dwarf
not have you
test.
pegged as a dwarf either.
I know it's not checking my ID like at a fucking club. I just mean it scanned my person and it found that crystal that the old IDs are made with, but I think he said the new ones aren't or something. No. It was about the sleeve. It's unrelated. Anyway, it's about the crystal and the ID, I think is what it picked up on.
Do you
Yeah,
have
checks if you're a
Arcanium?
dwarf.
What was that, Chris?
Do you have Arcanium?
No.
Well, I suppose it's no use deliberating over it. It's already done. Shall we march?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, so just gonna march ahead.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Deirdre still has like the trap thing going, right?
Nope, that's an instantaneous effect.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to last an hour.
Nope. It just kind of, if there are traps that you're looking at, you know that you're looking at them. That's it. Well,
No, there are two of them.
Something tells me it's fighting time.
Okay. As you all march fairly regularly, and you emerge from the sort of widened part, you couldn't really see these two constructs sort of sequestered into this weird hourglass shapes. And as you guys were not stealthing,
Yeah.
they both just sort of look towards you, and their eyes, which were originally dim, sort of at point, begin to glow a very bright blue. Anyone to roll initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right. That adds up.
Maybe if we fight quietly, we can stealth after this.
I don't know.
My sword isn't still enchanted, is it?
Which one?
My sword.
Oh, that lasts for like what, 10 minutes or something?
Has it been about 10 minutes?
At this point, no.
Okay, so it would still be all right. Cool.
Well, I should check if it lasts for 10 minutes or less. 10 minutes, yeah, 10 minutes. So yeah, it'd still be lightninged up.
Sick.
It's probably already done a minute though, right?
It's been a minute, yeah, like more than a minute.
yeah.
It's like on the. It's probably been like about 5 minutes since you've actually opened the door and like went in, or started or did all the investigating, talking, and opening the door, going in. It's probably about 5 minutes and so.
Wait a second. No, that's not right. Chris casted Detect Magic. Presumably as a ritual, right?
Yeah.
Fuck. Never mind.
Oh,
It has 10 minutes.
Yeah, forgot about the part. Okay, sorry, just getting the initiative. That Deirdre is not on here. Manually add.
I like this music.
Yeah, it's real groovy, real funky.
I was playing last time too.
Wait, that's backwards. Before we start, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, like.
Aye, aye.
I like that Pratchell's just right next to Jana. Everyone else is in a line.
Yeah, he was not in the best of shape, so he wanted someone that can kick shit.
He's holding hands with Giorgio.
Pretty much, yeah. Just like holding us for like a child that's like trying to walk the dog, but like the dog's too big and the child's too large. Yeah,
Fuzzy bear.
yeah.
Trying to find comfort.
Okay, so round one, Jenna, your go.
All right. She wants to take a snipe at the left one before. I'm gonna actually remember to cast Hunter's Mark. Never remember to do that these days.
Okay, Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark, and as an
okay.
acted, so I get advantage.
You do. From this point where you're shooting from right now, like at this point, it would have 3/4 cover. You can move up it.
Okay, I'll just move up.
Okay.
But I need to be like here.
To the left.
Gentle gamers.
I'll
say
shoot.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll let it slide. Technically, it's like half cover, but whatever. So yeah, Hunter's Mark. Roll for that, and you have advantage because technically it has on that. Yeah.
Let's go.
Good shot.
Plus. Up here.
Oh. All right. Cool. So as you sort of see the blue lights that you saw previously, knowing that there's probably more up here, you rush ahead with Giorgio and let off a sweet pop shot marking 1 as your quarry, and you land pretty good. A solid arrow in its chest area, but it doesn't seem to be very bothered by it. But it does seem true. Okay, so you
All right.
used a little bit of movement. No, you don't have your bonus action. You stay there.
We're just gonna move back. I don't want to block Pratchell knowing he's gonna do some bullshit.
Sure. All right, so that's your go, Deirdre.
Tell my celestial buddy to go do some hitting. You know the drill. How far away am I? Why is everything dragging? Why is everything dragging? That's not what I wanted it to do. Oh gosh. Okay, that's better. For now, what I am going to do is a simple. I'm gonna cast mix it up a little. Do Toll the Dead. Or wait, no, not Toll the Dead. Never mind. That's actually a bad idea. I'm just gonna do a regular chill touch hit on my good friend here. You know, yeah, my good friend here on the. No, Jenna hit the other one. I'm gonna do the one on the left.
Okay. From where? Yeah, that's close enough. All right. Cool.
Ooh, not great.
That one misses. Barely, but
Unfortunate.
misses. As you try to get a hold of the strange construct, it's sort of like jittering in a manner that causes you to sort of lose focus of where it is, and as you release the spell, just a little bit off, it doesn't quite affect it. Okay, that's your action.
Yeah,
So I got some movement and a bonus if you got it.
I will save my bonus action for now, or my whatever. You know what I mean. And that's Deirdre's turn, and Celestial Buddy's going to use a 40-foot flight speed and dash up here.
Okay, it's a little bit tight where you are. That hallway is kind of congested.
Is there like 5 or 10 feet above us that it can like fly over?
Not really, no.
Okay, so is there any way I can get from
relatively
here
tight.
to
Like
this
the
way?
whole hallway itself is probably only like it's like it's like close to like 7 to 10 feet, like horizontally, but it's about the same vertically as well. So it's kind of a tight squeeze with people just standing there. I'll say make an acrobatics check with your thing, if it can.
I mean, it's got a dex score.
Okay. Okay, I'll say you can make it to like the front of the line, but that's probably about where it can end. As it's sort of like blasting through.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have
6 people.
Step out of the way there a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yep.
Sure. Chrysostomus, what you
I
doing?
would like to remind Mills that Chris has inspiration.
Okay.
Good reminder.
Does that mean advantage?
No,
you
it
can
means
add
you can add a D10.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna summon an invisible stalker.
Oh,
Okay.
what?
An invisible stalker.
Okay.
A type of air elemental.
Okay. I don't actually have the stats for that, but if you pull them up, sure.
That is exciting.
All right.
Okay.
Very, very nice. I'll use yeah, I got a bunch of elemental stuff that Josie gave me. I'll use this thing for now. Where are you summoning it?
I'll summon it. I can summon it in the range that I can see, right?
What spell are you using? Summon elemental.
Yeah, conjure elemental.
Conjure
I'm using
elemental.
it at 6. Yeah, I'm using it at 6th level.
Okay. 90 feet within a place you can see.
Okay. I think I'm gonna bring it to this guy over here.
Okay. Yeah, you have some line of sight there.
And then I guess whenever he's able to attack.
Okay. It rolls its own initiative. Cool. So let me just roll initiative for this thing here now. D20 plus 4. Okay, initiative 20. So it'll actually act right after you.
Oh, nice.
Just gonna put in some health just for now. Cool. So your command is just to kick the shit out of that thing?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So that's your action. Still got a bonus if you have it. And movement.
I think I'll stay there for now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done there.
Cool. So now the Invisible Stalker's turn. Thank you, Josie, for the sweet tokens. Cool. So going to use, following his orders, take 2 slime attacks against the construct here. Bad. Good. There we go. Sorry. Okay, so it does 8 damage with that one. Yep. As you all watch, Chris just summons up a pretty much like sentient air, and it just begins kicking the shit out of this construct as it sort of just summons from what you can see, like dusty fists that just begin pummeling it pretty much, and it's like a flailing mass of just limbs right now. All right, that's the end of its go. Cool. So now the construct's turn. Okay. Damn, sorry, my monster stat blocks are fucking up here. Oh, what's the AC of your big celestial thing?
18.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Yep. So the one that's being engaged with the elemental right now, sort of, with his other hand, his non-tube hand, a very familiar electrical knife appears and it begins stabbing it, which does actually hit it. Just to make a thing. Sorry, I'm basically fighting myself right now.
Absolutely riveting. This is what I'm here to play Dungeons and Dragons for.
DM suffering.
It is very funny.
Oh, Jesus, not rolling well at all. Oh, no, nope, that's not good. Okay. As it sort of plunges its electrical dagger into this air elemental, you can watch as it, the sort of smooth shapelessness of it begins very erratically just begin jittering as it is now stunned. The other one just rolls up and just blasts at your elemental, which was 19 to hit and 17 radiant damage.
Okay.
Sorry, I was talking the elemental. Sorry, not the elemental, the celestial.
It's got resistance to radiant damage.
Okay, so that's what is that? 8? No, 9? 8.
Is it round up or down?
I always round up.
Okay, so that's 9.
It's supposed to round down, but I just round up just for sake of doing more damage for everybody.
Yeah, keep things fun.
Yeah, why not? Keep everybody on their toes.
Well, that's a good rule to just now hopefully remember.
Yeah, for damage at least I roll up, round up. If it says otherwise on a spell, then do whatever its spell says. Cool, Riley, you're go.
I don't really know what I want to do. Let's see how much movement I have first. Can I make it there? Not quite. All right, I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna park. Oh, what the hell's my token? I'll park here, and then. Ooh. I'm actually going to park here, and then I'm going to do a little wind blast and see what that does.
Okay, and which one?
The one closest to me.
All right, so that's the one ahead. Sure, that hits. Yeah.
And boink.
Okay, so that's 11 damage total.
11.
Oh, sorry, 7. 11.
Yeah.
7.
No. I'm not. I don't have any coding.
Oh, right. Sorry. 6 damage.
Yep. And bonus action. Chris didn't use inspiration, so I won't use that.
You can have inspiration up on multiple people at once, just not the same person multiple times.
I think I'm gonna save it for now. Let's see. Bonus action. I'm gonna just tumble back to here. Not there. Here. That's it. That's my turn.
All right. Yep. You sort of lunge forward like a fencer, and you do one swift thrust with your Tempest Retort doing the wind lance, and it launches a very sharp, hyper-focused, almost like lance of lance of wind, and it does knock off a good amount of armor from the construct. And you do sweep back. All right, Georgia's. Yeah, you're mounted on Georgia, Jenna?
Yep.
Cool. 0. You're
He
going.
growls.
Nice. Good action.
Question. If I go run up on the construct on the left, does the air elemental count as an ally?
Technically, yeah. It's stunned right now. But it is still technically threatening. So, yeah.
I think I'm just gonna say fuck it and run up on this one here and make 2 dagger attacks.
Okay. That one misses, I think. That one hits.
That's my turn.
Okay, so you run up towards the one that had a little bit of armor knocked off, and you try to like plunge trucier into it, but it stops your hand with its sort of wiry, cable-like mass it has on its arm. Using that opening, you do stab it with a dagger, but it doesn't go in quite as deep as it sort of deflects off to one side with some like unseen force. Do hit it, but not as damaging as you would have liked.
Yeah, actually, can I move right here instead? It's the same distance, just different spot.
Sure. Yeah, I'll allow that.
That's my turn.
Okay. 0 especially, you would see the ceiling, which isn't that high. There is like a circular divot in it, and that divot begins to open up as you see another lump of metal drop out of it, and it's in a ball form initially, but it sort of unravels into that. It's a little bit larger. It's the size of a larger man, like 7 feet tallish. Looks a little bit beefier and has a rib cage like protrusion coming out of it, but otherwise looks very similar to the other ones, though its legs are the legs are paddle-like, almost like kind of like the you ever see like amputees get like artificial legs? It kind of looks like that.
I'm in danger.
Okay. I'm just gonna draw that there. Actually, no, it's not going to do that. Yeah, it's going to roll up here. It's just going to roll up there. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, the first one misses. The second one was a natural 20 against 0. Yeah, it is the closest target. The first thing it's saw. Jeez, how much is that? You take 31 points of radiant damage.
Uncanny dodge, bitch.
You take 26 points of radiant. Oh, 16 points of radiant damage.
26?
16 points of radiant damage.
That's what I thought.
I can't do math today. I'm sorry. Okay. As it moves with very high speed, as it sort of in one bound leaps there and points its much larger tube hand, pretty much, and it launches a streaking beam of red energy towards you. The first one misses. This one's a lot thicker than the other ones. The other ones have been shooting at you. The second one, while you're looking at that one, is already launched another one, and you look down, and you see there's like a pretty gaping, burning, searing hole where your abdomen is.
Ouch.
Okay, that'll be that. It's Pratchell's turn. Pratchell's gonna walk up with the like tens of feet that he can move. About there. What can he do here? He's gonna magic missile at 3rd level. Why not? Which is, oops, that's mage armor. That's
Go,
mage armor,
Grandpa.
That's gonna be damage.
Goes to cast magic missile, accidentally cast a mage armor twice.
Yep.
You IRL misclick.
I think my
Fractal
mage
would do
armor is
that.
still active.
Yeah, it hasn't been 8 hours since you activated it. So it's Pratchell's actually.
But my haste is gone.
Yeah. Okay. As he sort of walks forward, and you can see the sort of stars on his hat. Don't become just like paintings on a hat anymore. They actually become like physical as they sort of glow and they sort of pop off his hat. And he launches like 5 star-like magic missiles at the one near 0, which does 15 force damage. Respectable. Okay, and for his bonus action, he is going to sit there and contemplate life because he has no more movement. Jana, what you doing?
I think we're going to do the same as last time. Just because she's got Hunter's Mark up.
Okay. Sure. That still hits, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Plus...
Nice. 12 damage. Okay. Again, you pop out and you launch another arrow, sinking and finding its target. All right, that's your turn.
Yep.
Cool. Deirdre, you're good.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell my big smacky dude to go and smack the big dude.
Okay.
So that's what it's gonna do on its turn. And I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon on the big smacky dude. How far away is that? That's within 60 feet. Yeah, it's within 60 feet. So that's my bonus action doing that. Bonk. Do a 19 hit.
Yes.
All right, so I'm also going to channel Divinity on that. So that's 13 force damage plus 27.
Can you channel divinity through spiritual weapon?
Yeah, it's a melee weapon attack, or melee attack of any kind. Spiritual weapon counts as a melee attack. And I think that's very exciting. And for my action, I'm gonna do my chill touch and try and hit the same one.
Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah. Sure. So, sorry, which one you chill touching?
The same one. The one up top.
Okay, cool. The chill touch does not hit. Yeah, everything else does though. So that's
Unfortunate.
cool.
Yeah, and
Yep.
I'm just gonna move up here a little bit.
Mhm.
And that's their just turn. Then this thing is gonna go up here and hit the same one.
Sure. Okay.
Oh yeah. Love to see it.
Ooh.
And 0, you get 1d10 temporary hit points. And I'm assuming both of those hit?
Yeah.
Sweet. That is 14 radiant damage. And 17 radiant damage. And it gains 10 temporary hit points. And 0, you gain 1 temporary hit point.
Nice.
Sure.
And that's that.
Okay. Chris, you're up.
Okay. I wanna do tidal wave.
Okay. Where are you doing it?
I'll do it. I'll do it at 4th level. But it says I can go up to 10 feet wide or 30 feet long in that.
Okay.
But does it have to be 10 feet, or can it just be 5 feet and then 30 feet long or something like that?
I'd say it has to go with the actual area that it says.
Because it says it can be up to, so I'm not sure if that like.
Yeah, sure, all that.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll do that at 4th level, and it will go along the path of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So roll for damage. Okay, they both fail.
Oh, I guess it can only do that at 3rd level.
You want to do it at 3rd level?
Yeah, I think I can only do it at that level.
Okay, I'll just take off the last hit dice. That was the last damage roll that was. So, yeah, it would just be -4 to whatever that number is. Top one
wait,
still dead.
wouldn't it just do like did you when you rolled it? Was that upcasted damage?
No,
So I'm pretty sure
that
tidal
was
wave.
the third level.
Oh. Oh, that
Yeah,
wasn't up.
I thought. Yeah, I thought you could upcast this spell, but apparently you can't.
Oh, okay. Sure.
That's just the regular level 3.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Top one still dead. Bottom one not looking great. It's sort of like jittering and sparking. The other one is just like a mass of metal at this point. Okay, please look at your movement.
I guess I'll move up a little bit. Yeah, I'll move right there.
Okay. It's now elemental. Elemental is stunned, so can't do anything. End its turn, no longer stunned. Okay, then. So Zero, the one in front of you, with its sort of mass of wire hands and knife comes out of it. 19 hits you.
Sure.
Okay.
Theoretically.
Sure. You take 5 points of piercing damage and 5 points of lightning damage.
But you have a temporary hit point.
Question: was this the last hit I took? Was that on a different round or no?
It was, you only had one round, you went up there, so your reaction wouldn't come back yet.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
How
time
much?
candy dodge. 10 points of damage total, 5 piercing, 5 lightning. Okay. The other one, which was engaged with your elemental, shoots at you, Chris, which was a natural 20. That's 28 radiant damage. As it sees a squishy spellcaster roll up and just blasts, ganks, as the kids say. Okay.
Yeah, pretty low.
Oh, you're still up?
Yep.
They're going to move. That one's going to
Keep in mind, Chris still has Death Ward,
Oh, true.
so that's at least one more hit.
Cool. That's the end of their turn. Riley, your go.
Need to read something really quick. I really want to use it, but is it smart? Oh, that's not the right spell. Whoops.
Just use it. Fuck it.
No. I gotta be smart about this. Okay, as I
Fuck
thought.
it, just press some buttons.
How many spell slots do I have? Just ooh. Nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna use I'll walk up here and I'll cast Shatter. Wait, hold on. Would Shatter hit the elemental? Probably would. Is that what I want to do? No, I'll just Wind Blast the one to my left.
Okay.
Where is button? Right there.
14 does not hit.
All right then. Bonus action. I'll dual wield my trident and give her a little throw.
Yeah, technically you can do that. You have dual wielder.
Fuck.
Yeah, technically you can because you plugged up the feet to do the people to
Yeah,
throw things. Yeah, so that,
we
yeah,
discussed
but-
this. We discussed this, and it didn't work. That's my
Yep, so you
turn.
know yep. So you use your another wind lance. Unfortunately, it's not quite as focused, and it just sort of blasts some harmless wind as you throw a trident, and it just dinks off its armor.
I'm gonna have to go collect that later. All right, it's me turn.
Okay, Jojo is being ridden. 0, your go.
Hmm. Give me a second.
Hold on, this is very important. Is Zero still a dwarf?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
I don't think I specified earlier. Zero is a hot dwarf. Anyway, I'm gonna make 2 dagger attacks.
Okay.
Are you fucking kidding?
Oof.
I hate it here, dude.
Yeah. As you sort of just try to like double stab this thing, the weird deflection thing it has sort of just causes them to glance to the sides. Also, I think I spotted an error with truths here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a bonus that's lower than a mundane dagger.
Yep, it was
What's
using
up with
strength for
that?
some reason. Not sure why.
Ah.
Yeah, it was still would have missed anyway, but yeah, as both your daggers sort of glide off its armor, it sort of just stares at you with this one glowing blue glass lens.
Hmm.
Okay, that's your turn. You're gonna move somewhere.
Nope, it's my turn.
Okay. Prettle's going to use what movement he has left.
Big P.
He's going to.
I'm now going to only refer to Pratchel as Big P.
Chris's little P.
He's just going to use one magic missile. Oh shit. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. So another one of his stars flies off his hats, hits that one, and it sort of just scatters into a mess of limbs again. The other ones both collide into the other one, and it's still standing, but not looking great. He's just going to chill there and just like scratch his nuts. Jana, what's he doing?
Can you take a guess?
Gonna pop out and shoot.
Yes, and I didn't mean to go up that far. Still
Okay.
not. That seems right.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh, okay.
Still a
That's
thunder mark on.
fine. Yeah, I forgot to. I was gonna do something different this time, and I forgot. That's okay. It's fine.
Okay, and with that, as your arrow strikes sort of right in the center of its spherical head, shattering the glass lens, this one too goes limp, and you are in a room full of just scrap metal currently.
All right, good work, team. I'm grabbing my trident back.
High fives all around.
Jana is going to conjure a ghost whale
Okay.
for healing.
I see.
Healing spirit. Let's get some of that.
Sure.
Which is. Ooh, what happened when I did that? I'll just put it in chat. $1d6 per round. We always got to do. I should just write it down somewhere. What it
It's
is when we're out of
10d6.
combat. 10d6 for everyone.
That puts me at full no matter what my rolls are.
10d6.
I mean, hey,
Yeah.
guess who can join the idiot carousel? The Celestial.
Sure.
The idiot carousel. It's more like a revolving door.
What color would you want?
30.
Oh. I don't know. That did that.
Oh, the hell?
That's very strange.
Weird. Yeah, I guess when I clicked on the name, I didn't know that was a thing that it. I guess that'd be what for one round. Why is it 2 numbers?
I do not know.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's probably some error.
Just ignore it. We're just ignoring it.
Yeah, I'll say for future reference, whenever Healing Spirit is used, Jana, you just roll the 10d6 and everyone gets the same number.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Just for simplicity's sake.
It's a 40 for everybody then. Which
Give or take.
I was only missing 3 health, so I mean,
Oh,
literally
40
anything.
42 was the first roll.
Wait, you rolled before that?
I
Oh, so
rolled
you
for
did.
Giorgio before we decided that.
Yeah, everyone already rolled anyway, so.
I'm pretty sure no matter what, people should be up. That should help pretty significantly.
Yeah.
So do we still hear like whirring in the background?
Not currently, no.
I'm
All right.
moving up my spiritual weapon.
I think
I
we've
wanna look at
dispatched of
these.
any immediate threats.
Before we run off, one, can we look at these things? Two, we should stealth from here on out.
Yeah, probably.
That's probably a good idea. All right. Get on me tiptoes.
Is there anything interesting on these robots?
Make an investigation check.
Machiney things.
Looks like just a lot of just weird scrap metal. The smaller ones are in limb pieces, like someone just pulled off the limbs of a doll. The bigger one that dropped out of the sky is still in like one continuous piece, like a body, essentially.
Jana wants to look up from where it dropped down. Is there like a hatch or like what's up there?
Looks like there was a hatch at some point. It was like a small like divot that sort of opened up. It's closed now.
Do I see any other divots in the ceiling?
Around you, no. They seem to be just like very central locations.
Watch out for those.
Can I take one of the smaller ones' heads?
Yeah. It's pretty. It's a little bit smaller than like a basketball size.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put that in my bag of holding.
Sure. Okay. So you guys find yourselves in same room, very cold still. And ahead of you looks like a very similar sized door, or at least similar looking door. There's just no globe in the middle anymore.
If we're stealthing, Jana would like to cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. Okay, so anyone who would like to stealth, feel free to make a stealth roll.
Boink. Ooh, 33. I don't think anything's getting past that.
Okay, and add plus 10 to your roll.
Oh, 0.
Good thing I did that.
Yo.
2 nat
Celestial
20s on
Spirit is
this?
sneaky.
No!
Still technically 16, technically.
Legally speaking.
That's still not a great roll.
Hey, 0, are you still there? Where'd you go?
Yeah, you watch as 0 just like opens a door to another dimension and just steps through, and she's It's gone. Okay. Okay. Yep, but ahead of you is another door. No doorknob, no lock, just a sort of like a. It is very similar to like the wall. Previously, it's just like on a smaller scale, and there's no globe in the center this time. It's just like a flat sphere or a flat disc, pretty much.
Does it look like a mechanism?
It kind of just looks like a wall if you didn't know it would look like, if you know what it looked like previously, it would just look like a wall. But like yeah, it's just like a very generic looking sort of like a space door, pretty much.
Hmm.
Should Zero go ahead?
Well, if we can ever find them.
I mean, we're all already sneaking. Might as well just head up as a team, as a party, as a group, as a family, even.
Then let us depart. It's bloody cold still.
Are my tokens still on the map?
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Yeah.
I no longer see them. They're totally gone. I can't
They're
click
right
on
under
them.
credits.
Whoa, okay. Thank you for moving
Like-
them. They reappeared.
Oh, weird. Your tokens did a stealth roll too. Okay, so you're all just gonna pile in at the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay, so just lay out the marching order. Who's going first in the hallway?
I didn't really intend for Riley to be fronting this, but I guess he is.
There's still room for Chris to get in front.
True.
Hey, we can always put the giant imposing angel out in front. That's always a sneaky move.
But then it would get in the way of the door.
I mean,
Can I
yeah,
run
but
ahead?
then it's also there to hit stuff first.
But we're like invisible. Do you see how high we rolled? Plus pass without a trace. Nothing's finding us.
Can I run ahead?
Fair.
If you want to, sure.
Okay.
I'm imagining
with the
Chris
duel.
is just shoving us to get to the front.
Yeah, that's very ambitious for somebody who rolled the 7, Chris.
He doesn't know he rolled this.
How many creatures does pass without a trace affect? Everybody just stay within it, or is like a certain amount of people?
I think it's just within a radius, right?
Yeah, it's like 30 feet, right?
Pass without a trace.
Yeah, each creature choose.
Each
Yeah, you're fine.
creature you choose within 30 feet. I don't choose, Chris. That's a joke. It's a joke. Don't make it real. We also have a +10 to dexterity. Oh, just stealth check. I'm done.
What?
I only think as far as I immediately read things.
If we got a +10 to dexterity,
I
that would
feel-
be the best spell in the game.
Everyone do cool stunts down the hallway.
Riley's already doing that.
Okay. Deirdre, what does your angel thing look like?
Oh fuck. You know, I actually thought up a description for this when I first read the spell. Pretty much just forget. It's just a big ol' imposing, like, knightly sort of figure with like a bit of a ghostly visage to it, and big like dark kind of angel wings with like feathers that are like not decaying but like falling off sort of, and just kind of just slowly fading into like, I don't know, like bugs or something. I don't know, something cool like that. And with a giant, or not giant, a reasonably sized for a large creature mace with sort of like a flanged mace with sort of like skeleton hands as its sort of like pointy bits, and a shield in the shape of a skull.
Okay, looking like the album art of a Metallica.
Yeah, it's got a cape, obviously.
Sure. Okay. So
Real badass looking. Very epic and cool.
okay, so Chris is at front apparently. The space you can walk it is this much. Whoever wants to, Chris, your project gonna be right up next to Chris.
Yeah, okay, almost.
I'm fine where Riley's fine where he is right now.
Okay.
Open that door, see what's going on.
Okay. Is this the marching order?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, there's no door handle or anything. It's pretty much just like a flat. Like a flat wall, pretty much. As you all approach, though, it does open just like the door previously. It opens into 5 pieces. They all sort of rotate into the walls, revealing. Whoops.
More robots.
I hope it's more robots.
Fucking Jesus Christ. There we go.
If it's more robots, I'm gonna be so excited.
Okay. You all step through.
As long as
anything
Riley's
seem
not the
amiss?
first one to walk in.
We all stealth through, yeah.
Yep. I'll be using your stealth rolls up there.
Is there a thing on the ceiling?
Where you are
Are
now,
there- Yeah.
like where you are currently, there is, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
a
in the area where Chris and Pratchell are, there is like a divot in the center of that room.
They're just gonna like do some Navy SEAL hand signs and point up.
But there's no whirring.
Maybe its batteries are dead, or like it's not turned on or something. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Riley's just gonna tiptoe. Looks like there's a split path.
Chris is gonna try and do what he thinks is sign language, that there's a split path.
Sure. Make an intelligence check. You have no idea what he's saying, as he's sort of like flapping in the air and doing like butterfly wings and like making like a shadow of a dog. Like, yeah, it could be fucking idiot.
Riley's gonna read his mind.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, we are so irresponsible with magic.
Chris, what's your surface thoughts right now?
How do I make it seem with my fingers that there's what way should we go?
That's the information that Riley gets from that.
Yeah, I guess.
You cannot tell Chris that you cannot imply to Chris that you understood what he was saying. It's only going to encourage him.
Riley's just gonna give a thumbs up and then point to Chris and then say and then just shrug.
Deirdre looks around confusedly.
Riley's gonna follow Chris. He'll do like a little thing on his palm where he points to himself and then to Chris and then finger walks across his palm.
Yeah. So you guys do the people are up there at least. Pratchell and Chris, they're the ones that can see the split path. One to the left, one to the right. They both seem pretty equal distanced. The left one seems to curve to the left. The other seems to curve also to the left, but yeah.
Differently.
Yep, and there is this sickly, dim green light throughout in each sort of center nodule.
Does it look as though we can step around the green light into the various corridors?
The light spreads around to the corners. You can try. If you want to play some floor is lava.
Waiting for Chris.
Is Riley next to me?
Yeah, like I'm basically within like 5 or 10 feet.
Yeah, so put your tokens where you are on the map to signify where you are.
Riley is where he is standing.
Aaron Level's going to follow Chris.
I'll go next to Riley and I'll whisper, what do you think about splitting up?
Oh, no. We don't split the party. If we're going down one passageway, we're all going that way. Especially if you, like, we look at a ceiling, right? There's more of those divots. If any more of those weird things come out of there, they hit hard. I don't know if you noticed, but that thing really fucked you up.
I think you should slide against the wall.
That sounds
Try
like
to
a good
find
idea.
side.
Sidling? I like that idea. Alright, I'll follow you. I'll motion to everyone else.
Which way are we going?
Just follow me.
I suggested the left side.
Okay.
Okay, going left first.
It would
Yep,
appear so.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm assuming everyone's going.
Would be a safe assumption. That was the plan.
Okay. Move you guys all in
And
here.
this giant 10-foot angel is going to stay as close to the wall as possible.
Okay.
Whoa, who's not QP aligned? There you
So the moment you guys all step through the door slams shut.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Uh-oh. That's not a good omen.
Has there been a
As it
single
sort of
good
just
omen?
as it just closes up, same way it did before, where all the 5 pieces just coagulate until it becomes just smooth and seamless. Okay, but you guys do get up to about, yeah, you can align yourselves however you like.
Sidling up against the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, but Chris, you sort of look around, you do see another one of those flat doors.
Okay, I point to the people behind me, towards the roof. Or towards the ceiling.
Is there something there?
The ceiling's pretty much anywhere where there's a green light. Like in these big nodules, there's like a small divot in the center. The lights themselves are sort of embedded in where the corners are.
Just proceed with caution then.
Yeah, but you guys stepping the light, no seeming issue.
Just gonna keep sidling up against the wall.
Okay.
And of course, motioning for everyone else to follow.
So you guys can make it up to the door. Just align yourselves however you'd like. Okay. The sacrificial wizards at the front, I see.
They do love to go first. What can I say?
Well, I mean, one's your own making.
Okay, and as you all sort of sit there for a second, this door also opens, revealing this.
Yeah. I will say this is where the
Oh,
loot
yeah.
is. Oh,
Oh,
but
yeah.
there's a
Oh yeah,
there's a
let's open.
friend.
Let's open some sci-fi crates. Let's just stab a homie real quick.
Chris, you do see another one of these constructs just sitting there staring at this amalgamation of weird-looking crates and barrels made of a material of unlike you've never seen. Really, they're well, you can say they're fucking sci-fi shit. And this one construct is staring at them with a dimly lit blue light. What was your stealth roll? Okay. So as you make one footfall in, your footfall lands a little bit heavy, and you can hear the whirring begin growing a little bit louder. As you can see the lens sort of like widening and closing before it goes back to a dim blue.
Okay.
But no motion.
What I'll do is can I conjure up like a little figurine of this guy?
Sure. With your minor conjuration.
Yeah. And
Who
I'll
are
show
you?
people.
I am you, but
I'll
smaller.
I'll point to the figurine and then I'll point inside the room.
Riley is going to motion like he's gonna like do numbers on his hands and then tilt his head.
Georgia does like a little hand and fist like punchy thing, just like nods at Chris.
I'll just raise one finger that there's like one of them.
Riley will give thumbs up and then turn around and make sure nothing else is coming at us while they do whatever.
Okay, you keeping watch?
Yep.
Nice. I'll make a perception check.
Sure. Doop. Fucking hell. High rolling.
Eyes like a hawk on the one other entrance in this area. Okay, what's the plan?
Look at Chris, look back, like point back at the angel and do like a little swingy hammer thing and then just kind of shrug.
Yeah, we're gonna sneak attack.
We could sneak attack.
Yeah, I'll move to Deirdre and whisper, yeah, there's one of those things in there. Do we wanna attack?
I mean, looks like there's also stuff in there. We should probably check it out. We could probably get the drop on it, get a good few hits in. Like one of those things by itself isn't going to be too much of a threat.
Okay. Someone can go in first.
Wait, what if we just disassemble this? Like, do you think it has like a battery pack in the back?
An off
Is
switch.
anybody here a
Yeah, I would say, yeah,
scientist?
what if we just like before we run in, can Janice quickly like run back, sprint on Giorgio? And
Sure.
like look at the did that door close behind us, or can I get back to the ones we just beat up?
You gonna sprint to the door?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hit the door and you're just waiting there. And waiting there.
Doesn't
The door to-
open. God damn. Okay. Well,
Look, we got an angel of death here. We could just like send it in, do some hits, see what happens.
Jana just wants to dismount Giorgio.
Okay.
Can she try to go as far that Chris did? Like get her out here? Does it look like
Yep.
it's gonna wake up?
You get out there and your footfall lands a lot softer. Your stealth is high enough, seemingly.
Okay. She wants to slowly get over to this thing.
Okay.
Is
You're
it
pretty
waking up
much
at all?
with your stealth check. Make another one for me, just in case.
Just
As you're getting
clumsy.
dangerously close to it.
Stealth.
Okay, plus 10. So
Plus 10.
yep, as you're sort of walking up to it, and you're doing the Looney Tunes like sneaking, where you're like putting your foot
Big
forward.
steps.
And as big as the steps you can as a gnome. Yeah, you get really close to it as your final footfall hits a little bit louder, and you can hear the whirring grow a little bit louder, and the lens starts going opening and closing again a little bit, and then it goes back. Unmoved from whence last you saw it.
I make the tiniest step right there.
Okay.
I want to get right behind it.
Sure.
Okay. Do I see anything on the back of this, like like an off switch, or like I can disassemble its power?
There are elements of gaps in its armor, but it's not really like something you can like just slip your hand through. It seems articulated more than anything, and there's on the back it pretty much looks like a carbon copy of the front.
Does it have an off switch? Very good question.
You don't see a big Acme style off switch shaped like a light switch. You find out a house somewhere on the back.
But consider it would be very funny if we did.
I can't just like yank one of its cords.
You can try.
Yeah, do I see like is there wiring on this thing?
There's wiring. There's wiring hanging from like underneath the arms, and a lot of it seems to be focused around its left hand, where there's like a mass of wires there that it seems to like use to manipulate objects.
What kind of wires? Like metal wires, or like
Like
fragile ones?
they seem pretty heavy. Like they're not like regular thin ass like 1 millimeter thick wires. They're hefty.
Right.
They're size of things pretty much.
Jana's just gonna look back to the group and just kind of gesture like hands up, like what am I doing? Like any thoughts? All wordless.
Big shank gestures.
Yeah, say I could just cleaver this thing. For whatever reason, I have a worry that this might be. It could set off some type of alarm. Like it feels like it's on watch. But the other ones could have too.
That's what Riley
Not if
is
we
looking
can't
out for.
know.
Okay. What fun weapon do I want to bonk over its head?
Not the quarterstaff, because it's still at -2.
No, I fixed it.
Oh, did you?
I think
I think so. I think I just got a new one, didn't I?
Oh, I don't remember that.
They got insomnia.
You know what? That's a good. Yeah. I was wondering one of the. Yeah. When did it get ruined? Was it on the train?
It was on the fight with the slimes inside the laboratory with Gane Gratz. One of the slimes kept eating away at your armored weapons when you hit it.
I did that before we left town then, because I remember I was kind of frustrated at that. Yeah, so I want to take my new quarterstaff. I don't think I've used it since then. Two-handed. I'm gonna bonk it over the head really hard.
Okay. Roll to attack. I'll say with advantage because it's technically not aware of you.
Yeah. And it hasn't acted yet.
Technically.
Ooh, doubles. That means a crit, right?
Dubs.
Technically misses. As you sort of, with two hands, just reel back and just golf club swing this right in the face, and it sort of just like gently bonks it, pretty much.
Did it notice?
Yeah, as its head turns towards you, but nothing else. And as the eye begins to glow a brighter blue, the door shuts.
I hit it again. I hit it again.
What's sure, you hit it again. Roll for attack. But the door is shut. You must have lost eye contact with Jana.
No.
Fuck it, I'm gonna use my incorporeal stride and fucking get in there. I'm walking through that wall.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that one hits. Sure, 4 bludgeoning damage.
Actually, before I go through the wall, I'm gonna just say to my celestial, hey, defend the gang, whatever. Yeah, and then I'm gonna. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So you phase yourself in through the wall with Jenna. Jenna, you are trapped in a room with this thing, but it doesn't seem to be making any actions. It's sort of just the head just rotating, it's looking at you. It's sort of just bashing the shit out of it.
It still hasn't acted?
No, it's like its body is stiff, but the head is rotating. It's looking at you.
Maybe this one's broken?
Is there an oil can nearby?
The two of you begin to hear a very large whirring sound from inside this room. The rest of you outside can hear this too, but to a lesser extent. But inside, it's pretty loud.
I'm gonna look up.
Sure. You can see at the top there is there is a divot, but also around the divot are like little slats, like sort of like vents, I guess.
Oh, they're not gonna come through the fence, are they? That would suck. Just gonna throw that one out there. That would be a little unfortunate, I think.
Can I try and put the head that I got in front of the door and see what happens?
Yep. So you bonk the head against the door. Nothing seems to be happening.
Okay.
Yeah. Jenna, what you doing?
What if he just laid on the ground and pretended to sleep?
Interesting. Very interesting.
Jenna, as you're sort of just sitting here contemplating what to do, why this creature isn't attacking you, you notice yourself breathing a little heavier.
Yeah.
Like each breath isn't getting enough, almost.
Uh-oh. Are you being poisoned?
Yeah.
Jenna's being poisoned, everyone.
Can't Jenna teleport back to Giorgio?
I have to be able to see Giorgio.
Fuck.
Oh,
I ain't going in there.
Well, gotta say.
I can get in there.
Very
But can you
unfortunate.
get out?
Can if we break
Yeah.
open this door.
Can't you
Maybe we
see?
should just like kill this robot and see if that helps anything. So I guess I'm gonna start hitting that robot with consecutive chill touches.
Sure, roll to hit. That one hits. Yep, it's doing damage, and it's sort of just sitting there, stiff-bodied. Now it's looking at you. Its head sort of rotated on its weird shoulder axis.
I'm gonna try and talk to them through the wall and say, look through the stuff and see if you can find anything.
Yeah.
The people on the inside can't hear anything.
There is that massive whirring noise. Is it coming from the bot in front of them or elsewhere?
I think it's coming from above. I think there's like
Yeah,
a
the
fan
vents,
that's
right?
pushing the gas.
I'm gonna.
Oh, that's the whirring. I
just
see.
Get see the door slam shut and Deirdre go through, and I'm gonna cast message on Jana and ask what's going on.
Yeah, that doesn't require line of sight, right? Just general direction.
No, she just has to be within range.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. What do you say?
I'm gonna ask them what's going on.
Trapped and getting poisoned.
I'm gonna relay that to the rest of the group in case anyone wants to do anything about that.
Sounds like we should get that door open then.
When
But how?
Jana looks at the vents, does it look like there's any way to close them, or is it like they're just permanently open slats?
They are slats. They make a perception check. Also, what's your Constitution modifier?
1.
Okay.
I'm gonna, while that's going on, hit this thing again.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that hits. Okay. Yep. Making some work on the robot. Yeah, so you're looking up at the vents. It looks like there are some hinges, and it looks like they are like flat and open. Yeah, Janet, you've climbed pretty high before sometimes in some places. And you do know that air gets thinner, and the sensation you're feeling right now, it's very akin to not getting enough air, and you get the sense that you're probably suffocating in this room as the vents are pushing air out.
Jan
You
would like to make a called shot to use her bow to close the vent and try and hit that latch.
Okay. I'll say at this point it's been a minute. You can survive in a suffocating environment for 1 minute plus your constitution modifier. So you have 1 more minute before you start falling unconscious.
Okay,
yeah,
she wants to quick try and do that.
Sure. This will be 1 action.
Also, I have a bag of holding. We got 10 minutes of air in the magic bag. So worst case
Didn't
scenario,
you just
I'm gonna
like drop her in the bag of holding, then come back through the wall?
Well, the thing is
That
with
would
that,
work.
I've already used my wall walking for the day. I'd need to take a short rest to do it again.
Oh, I didn't realize that was limited.
Yep.
I'm gonna try and use knock on the door if possible.
Okay.
5 plants at once.
Yep. So so you shoot one of the slats clean off. Like it starts hitting and starts like hinging. It doesn't quite jam it, and it does seem like the effect's still pulling air out of the room as you're beginning to sort of grasp at oxygen straws right now. Okay, Chris, you're casting knock.
Yeah.
Okay, so you cast knock on the door. Once you do that, you can feel it judder a little bit, like it's trying to resist the magic, but all at once the door begins to shunt open, leaving it open for a while as oxygen rush back into the air, into the room.
Can Jana look through the gap in the door? Does she see Giorgio?
If you move a little bit, yeah, you can see Giorgio.
Okay, we're gonna do that and then teleport to Giorgio.
Yep, you can do that. The door is open.
Woo!
Yeah, there you go.
But I want to
As
teleport to
Yeah,
Giorgio.
you spot Giorgio, your companion for quite some time through this journey, and you just make eye contact, and you blink. Suddenly, you're on Giorgio.
Should I like come back or like investigate this room or what?
I mean, yeah,
Still
I
on
think you
watch
can
for
keep
anything.
beating that thing up. Now that I think the danger, because Deirdre wasn't suffocating, right?
No.
She's biologically incapable. She doesn't have a biology.
I would say keep beating up that robot.
Yeah, yeah, Simon, can I just hit this thing until it's dead?
Yeah, easy enough. It takes you like another 2 or 3 rounds, 12 seconds, but yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, it doesn't really react.
I'm afraid
And
of that
Knock-
door closing, but Deirdre, feel free to search around.
Knock didn't
Yeah, that would be
cause
pretty
like any
practical.
reaction, did it? Like there's nothing that's moving towards us now?
The only thing that's moving within this strange building that you found yourself in is the door itself. It's trying to it's trying to close, but it can't right now. You're not sure how long it's going to be like that for. Yeah. Also, that did make a very, very loud knock that does resonate throughout the halls.
You got a giant angel of death. You'll be fine. Yeah,
See
I'm gonna
if there's
poke around this
anything in
room.
there. Yeah. Get in, check it out, get out as fast as you possibly can, because there's probably something on its way here.
Can I, Simon, can I set my blink back boots to the spot I'm standing in right now?
Sure.
And so
Ooh,
while
smart.
Deirdre's in here, I'm gonna come in here
Okay.
I'm gonna grab anything that I can carry out and just carry it into the hallway and leave it there so I can
Okay.
investigate it if the door's shut.
Okay. All right.
Meanwhile,
So
I'm just gonna poke around.
I'm literally
Okay,
just
I
running and
guess.
grabbing and throwing it out and running and grabbing and throwing it out.
I feel like this is like a part of a TV show at some point. We have to grab it before the doors close. What was it? Aggro Crag or something. Jungle Run. That's what it was.
Yeah, that one.
That show is sick. I love that show. Anyway, so just the two of you investigating this room?
I'm still on watch for anything dangerous.
Okay.
I'll come in as well.
I'm not looking for anything like special. I don't really want to like look for details. I'm literally just taking everything like big that looks of interest and just running out with it. Deirdre can get the tiny things.
Okay.
Yeah, I will look at all the Minotai.
Cool. So the three of you that are in there, the three contestants of Jungle Run, please make investigation checks.
Awesome.
Remember, Chris, you have inspiration.
Okay, I'll use inspiration for this.
Okay. You can roll then choose do it if you want to.
D10. 28 total. Nice.
That's a big one.
Okay. Okay. So, I'll start with the lowest rolls first. So, Deirdre, you go through some of the bigger crates, just searching through at your own leisure. And you see these a huge number of these weird. Excuse me, I had a burp. These weird like tubes almost, probably about like 3 centimeters, 4 centimeters in length, but like 1 centimeter in width. They're not very big. They're like a little bit shorter than a pencil.
Are they making straws?
No, because they're actually cylinders. They're not hollow. There are metal caps on the end for like the first centimeter or so, and then like there is just glass in the middle. Not sure what these are, but you find 30 or so of these just laying around. You also find these. They seem to be. If they were filled with something else, there's not anymore.
I'll take a couple, like 3.
Okay, take 3. You also find like 4 or 5 of these fairly large, like almost barrel-sized. A little bit smaller than that. They're actually in the barrels. Like almost upscaled versions of the things you just picked up, which is a lot more metal, a lot more glass, but they seem to be upscaled of those.
Magic tubes.
Yeah, you can probably fit 1 into your bag of holding comfortably. 2 might be pushing it, depending on how much stuff you have.
It's like a big old vial.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll say your bag of holding is close to capacity at this point. You probably fit a couple more things, like 1 or 2 largish objects, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can get rid of these vials eventually.
Sure. You go through, you start fucking jungle running, just throwing out, eating everything. You do find a good number of those weird vials again. Most of the smaller ones. At the bottom of one of these barrels, you do find these like 4 like silvery containers that like seem to be almost like bag-like in texture, but it's very smooth. You zero have never felt anything like it. Everyone else, it feels like plastic.
I've never felt plastic.
Yeah, you've never felt plastic before in game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Like
very
plastic
strange.
bags.
Yeah, like a plastic bag. Yeah.
We probably, all of us have never felt what plastic feels like, right? You're just
Plastic doesn't
explaining
exist.
Zero hasn't? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. It's just because Zero's the one's holding it, right?
Apparently it does.
Yeah. Yeah, plastic doesn't exist in this world currently,
Didn't.
as far as you know.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah, but
touch it and I hear the crunchy sound it makes and I go ew when I drop it.
and it is shaped sort of like it's square in container, but it sort of rounds off at the ends. It's kind of like a weird rounded ramen noodle bag almost. Yeah, but you find 4 packs of those. You can pick them up if you want to. If you not, it's up to you. In another one, as you're sort of just jungle running, throwing everything around, you find more small vials. And sort of sequestered in the back is a square-like object, sort of rounded near the corners. And it looks like there's a handle on one side. Like it's sort of like embedded. Like there's like a cutout in the square. And it's sort of like gray and black at the same time. This coloration, like one half is gray, one half is black.
Interesting.
Is it like a plastic bin?
No, it's like a solid piece.
I take it all.
Okay. So you put your hand on the strange black-gray object, and it, as you do, it sort of opens up. And the black side, up the top side, it would extend a little bit more, and the bottom side extends downwards, pretty much. And it begins whirring in your hand slightly, and it begins to glow in between the cracks of where it opened up a deep, dark red.
Oh.
Still trying to visualize this. It's not clicking.
Looks a little bit. I'll draw it like. Actually, that's.
Does it look like it's gonna hurt me?
Looks like that. But
Oh,
like,
I
you know,
see. Yeah, okay.
Like a
make
cutting board?
Oh, it's like a square thing. That little thin piece of handle back there is rounded, like it was meant to be gripped. But it looks like that.
So, question: when I picked it up, those parts extended like that, or was it already like that?
When you picked it up, it extended like that.
Okay.
I'm still lost. I have no idea what the fuck this thing is.
No, so those I don't either, but I can at least imagine what he's saying. I have no fucking clue.
So this is not in like character or anything, so it kind of looks like maybe like a chip or something.
It's pretty big.
Perhaps.
Like it's probably like a good.
My first thought was suitcase, and then you said it like starts whirring. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Zero, make an investigation check. Okay. So you're sort of just looking around, just what the fuck this thing is. Like the black upper part that's square and rectangular extends, and little small tube extends out, and the bottom one sort of drops down a little bit. You sort of look around the handle, and you look like what looks like a trigger on a gun. Like very similar to like other firearms you've seen.
Nice, nice. I keep it.
Okay. All right, that's your stuff. Chris, you find pretty much a larger rectangle that also has a handle at the bottom. And when you pick it up, it also extends and elongates almost, and a tube pops out, also black and gray in configuration and color. And also in between the cracks also begins glowing a deep red as well. You also find a strange. You do find a vial similar to all the ones that have just been tossed around, except this one's filled with a bright red liquid.
Okay. So bright red liquid vial thing, and then this rectangular thing. Do I notice a trigger on this one as well?
With your intelligence, yeah, you would.
Okay.
Yeah, but strange objects obtained. Within, for say 10 minutes or so, that's about as all you can find here.
Door hasn't shut yet.
It's as times goes on, the door is slowly starting to encroach smaller and smaller, but it hasn't shut at this moment.
And there's nothing on its way to us.
Not that you can see, no.
I skedaddle on out of there.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems all of our stuff has run its course.
Looks
We
like
have
you
looked
guys
into
got
all of
some
these
fancy new
containers.
toys. Wasn't any written things in there? No notes? No explanations of what any of these things are or how to use them?
Hell no.
Can
We had
metal people
construct
even
society.
read?
Well,
We
this
don't
thing
read in
looks
this
like it has
party.
some sort of trigger, like a gun.
It's a very strange shaped gun.
I'm gonna
Very
pull the
different from the
trigger.
ones that's on the earshot.
Why?
You're gonna
Why?
Earshot.
Why?
Earshot.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the trigger.
Okay.
Where are you aiming that?
Yeah.
Don't point that thing at me.
I'll aim it. I'll aim it inside the room.
Okay. Point what the tube end pretty much, and you pull the trigger, and you see a bright red beam strike the wall. Pretty much identical to the things I was shooting earlier.
Oh, that's nifty.
And you can hear a slight hissing noise coming from some of the like the two small vents at the very back. Just begin hissing and spitting out some steam.
Chris is smiling.
Huge fucking like laser gun.
Just
The
Ooh,
worst.
can we give it to the
part.
skeletons?
The worst person to have this right now.
He was the first to have an actual gun. Now he has a first to actually have a laser gun.
And he's a wizard! What does he need weapons for? He's magic!
Oh, this is hilarious.
Oh.
I will say you have no idea.
Smiling.
You have no idea like how this runs or how it works. And if it breaks, you're just kind of fucked.
I mean, hey, we could always show it to the admies.
Mondo would love this.
Ah, yes, laser guns. Seen these all the time.
Totally.
Okay. With your new toys in tow, you all step out just in time as the door finally begins to shut and slams closed. Poignantly this time. And it's not going to trap you in a air-sucking, oxygen-stealing place. Okay. Guys want to take a break here? Cool. So for Zero and Chris, just for simplicity's sake, I added a fucking laser gun to your inventory.
Oh, thank you. I am excited.
Just to keep track of how many shots you've done with the thing.
Okay.
For reasons beyond your own comprehension, you know. I already added a marker, like a little resource thing for you guys somewhere, where all your other ability resources are.
Okay. On the character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Yeah.
Okay, but you guys find yourselves out of a now locked room for now. I've acquired a bunch of strange trinkets from the suffocation room, as we'll call it. No breathing. You don't give a fuck whether you cut your own bleeding.
Huh?
I'm making jokes, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you like to do?
Go the other way.
Stay on guard.
Yeah, no, we could just like hang out. I don't know, just like chill.
I guess Do we want to stealth again?
Yeah.
Or do we feel like we're in danger still?
Well, considering how long it's been and how loud that noise was, the fact that nothing's here is probably a solid indication that we can be at least a little bit more sloppy about how we go about this.
I would imagine it's probably more sight-based rather than sound-based, given that it, like all the scanny things that we've seen so far.
Jenna, how long does Pass All the Trace last?
1 hour.
Okay, good.
Shall we away then?
Right. Sneakily, as it were.
I see what no reason not to take this as cautiously as we possibly can.
Okay, everyone make new stealth checks for me. Adding plus
That's
10.
not good. Guys! Guys! We gotta be really careful!
Georgie almost made a sleight of hand roll.
To what? Steal our hearts?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, was that a Persona reference?
Sure, why not?
The joke was not found funny. The producers are paying for their sins.
Okay, y'all eat yourselves down the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move you over to the center for now. All right, so what's the marching order for this direction?
I want to be 3.
I'll be 2. Or 1. Depending.
Oops.
Oh, I'm on
Goodbye, Deirdre.
space. It's been fun.
Where did Riley go? Why is he on?
Actually-
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Wide Riley.
Oh,
What the fuck?
Expand.
Whoa!
wide.
I had some sort of out-of-body experience there.
Reality's glitching.
Y'all want to see something cool? Ah!
Bratchel, are you okay?
All right. Cool. So marching order is clusterfuck. I see.
Mhm.
Okay. So y'all want to peer down the hallway. Y'all, it's all dimly lit.
Excellent. A couple blasty lads.
Okay, I'll see that's actually guess you can see further down. Yeah. Cool. Yep.
That's a
So
lot.
ahead of you can see 3 more of these little robotic sentries and a number of turns throughout this hallway. Again, with all the weird bulbous forms, the scent of just old, like this ever-present thick miasma that's just weirdly invasive in your nostrils, the ones that still need to breathe. And it looks like it ends at another one of those circular doors.
Enemies inbound. Let's get the jump on them, yeah?
Yeah.
How many spell slots do I have? Not many.
Very quietly past it.
Wait, yeah, are they like activated?
Make a perception check.
Bet.
Okay. I'll say, given the proximity of the one you have right now, the one that's closest to you at least, you try to listen, try to look at it. You don't see any lights or any whirring sounds or anything.
I will signal that to everyone else is like do like little eye binoculars and then do like a little X with my talons.
Hmm.
And then like do
Let's
like
just-
mime a little looking down like deactivated kind of robot
Mhm.
pose.
Let's just try to sneak past, and if we fail, we enter initiative anyway.
Yep, I'm down for that.
Works for me.
I'm gonna just casually walk down this hallway and go stand
Casually?
right in front of it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stand right in front of it. Yeah.
Okay, so you stand right in front of it, do the little take on me dance, like flailing your arms around. Doesn't seem to react.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, you're just looking directly into his lens, and it's just like an orb, pretty much. Not as similar to the ones you have, like decapitated head of this thing. It's just deactivated to an extent. Okay,
Is there anything down this way, or is this just like wall?
Just about to reveal that. Yeah, another one of those circular doors.
Hmm.
Well, got
Well,
nothing
Chris,
better
lead
to
the way.
take a look.
I guess I'll just go down this way then, up to the door.
Okay. Okay. As you go up to this door, you can see this one is slightly ajar. Like it's like sort of partway midway through that weird shifting phase, and it's just like you can see straight through it pretty much. You'd have to squeeze through, but it wouldn't be very comfortable for most of you except for Jana. But god damn it, fucking Jesus. There we go.
If it's I think it would be the thing I'm worried about is it closing as we go through it.
Yeah.
I set my blink back boots right there.
Yeah, but you can see inside this room, it's very similarly shaped to the place where you found your fucking laser guns in shape, but it looks like there's like this weird metallic like these weird metallic like gray slate metal stands, almost sort of like an altar or like a podium, and like these very thin pieces of glass that are just sort of propped up vertically attached to them, and it's like an array of those sort of things just all throughout this room. A couple strange metal boxes and barrels as well, but that's about
Wait
as
a
much as
minute.
I see from here.
Was this planet space colonized? Is that what's going on here? Oh, they tried to
Yeah.
space colonize this planet with their advanced alien technology, like computers and such, didn't they? Oh, that's totally what happened.
What if we were the aliens and we colonized them?
Well, you'd think we'd still have this tech. Anyways, wanna go check out this room?
Not me. I have lungs.
I
I'm gonna
don't.
stand watch as well. I'm not crazy enough to lose myself in there.
Would anyone like to go in there with me? I can teleport in.
Yeah, I got my boots. We can go.
I'll
You know, I
go.
don't need to breathe anyways.
Okay, expeditionary team. So the four of you?
Uh,
Celestial
Yep.
standing guard.
Okay.
I wonder if there's metal fish.
Why would there be
Alright.
metal fish?
Well, there's metal people. There could be metal fish. You never know.
Like, the metal people need to eat the metal fish?
Robo snacks.
Robo
I didn't think that far ahead.
Okay, but it is slightly ajar, enough for a person to squeeze through. Prado teleports in casually. But you guys, with some effort, can make it through. What would you like to do? You are standing in front of this weird semicircular array of thin glass structures, like they're very square. They're just clear see-through, like a little bit tinted black. And these podiums you can see also have the same glass over them as well, but it's just black underneath as well.
Can I try and investigate them, or like try and discern maybe what their purpose is?
Sure. Make a little bit of investigation check.
Okay.
It's Chris. Praj will aid you with that, so you have advantage.
Okay.
What's the two of you, rest of you guys doing?
I'm gonna poke around on this desk over here, see if I can find any funky notes or whatever. If there are buttons, I'm probably gonna push a couple.
Okay, sorry, what you're doing?
I guess I'll just come over here and investigate.
Okay. So everyone make investigation checks. Okay, that was Chris. Okay. Nice. So, Chris, you're just sort of just like slapping your hands against these weird screens. Nothing seems to be turning on. There's a lot of these as well. They're just sporadically spread out. Some of them are like metal stands attached to other metal stands. It's like this spider web of these glass panels just spread out around you. Okay. Zero, you start searching around through some of these boxes. A lot of them have that weird same silvery bag material, but they seem to be opened and empty. At the very bottom, you do find one of those vials with red liquid in them.
I take it.
Okay, and Deirdre, you're just sort of just bashing on one of these weird machines. There's no like paper notes or anything, no like left behind messages on this desk. It is made of this weird, pretty much the same slate gray, almost brown like metal. And you're sort of just like slapping it around, just seeing what you can do there. You press one piece of glass and a small blip appears on another piece of glass next to you. Like this little like mode of light on a otherwise black piece of glass.
Is it like a symbol or something, or is it just like a light?
It's just like a light. It's like a cluster of pixels from using meta terms.
Oh, keep pressing buttons.
Okay. You're just bashing buttons and
Like, can I like read any of these buttons? Do the buttons have markings on them, or
there are no buttons. There's just like a glass piece, like a piece of glass, pretty much. And you're sort of just pressing on it.
So
I say
like,
buttons, but you're like keyboard bashing.
Meta terms, is this like a touch screen kind of glass panel with just a bunch of squares on it, or what? What am I looking at?
It's literally just like it's like a turned off iPad, pretty much.
Okay, so it's just like a
glass screen
piece of glass.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna keep touching it until maybe another blip will show up. Maybe it'll do something.
Okay, you're just bashing away on this piece of glass. Another blip shows up on a different part of the screen.
I want more blips. Give me some more blips.
Okay. All right, so you're just bashing and bashing at this piece of glass.
Yeah.
Eventually,
it's clearly doing something.
The whole display lights up, pretty much, and you see text, but you don't know what it's saying. Like a bunch of text just scrolling past, and it's just like a bunch of weird esoteric symbols.
Chris, can you read this? Chris, I did something. Chris, something's happening.
I guess I go over there and check it out.
Okay. Yeah. So you look over at the screen. Patrick follows, And you're looking at the symbols, and you blink, and they turn into common. You blink again, they're gone. And then you blink, and then it's just every time you blink, every time you shut your eyes, it's like they switch like languages for some reason. And as you're sort of just doing that, eventually it stays in common and the language you can read, and your brain begins to hurt.
Oh, okay. Do I
Zero,
understand or make out any of what it said?
Zero, you coming over here too?
I guess so, yeah.
Is this just a thing that's happening to Chris, or are the symbols changing for me too?
So you, they're just symbols.
Okay. I'll stand out of the way, let Chris take the lead here, because I have no clue what's going on. I'm not a wizard.
Okay. Zero, you come over and you look at the screen, and you blink, it turns into common, and you blink, and it goes back to the symbols, and you have the exact same experience.
Hmm.
I'm going to send you a.
So, Chris, do you read the arcane symbol or what?
Okay. I sent the both of you some handouts.
Okay.
The rest of you guys outside, what you done?
Just checking and making sure nothing attacks us.
Where is it, Simon?
It should be in your handouts. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I think I sent it to the wrong person. Whoops. What are you guys? Meh. Okay.
Everybody go look. Quick.
Okay. I fixed it.
Oh.
All right, well, they're messing around with that. I want to go check out. Like, is this some kind of like chest, or is this like a bench, or what? What is this?
It's another crate.
Do it open though?
You can attempt it.
Might as well.
Sure. Yep. You open up like any other box. It's empty.
What's in the box?
It's empty.
Oh, empty.
Hmm.
Are there any secret things in the box? Perhaps.
Make an investigation check. Sure, just rubbing around on the inside of the box. Just running your fingers along the weirdly smooth metal. Don't see anything that would be substantially secret, quote unquote.
Yeah, well, good enough for me. So what's up with these magic letters?
Giorgio's tummy rumbles.
As it does, Georgia just sort of looks towards you. Just like direct eye contact and doesn't stop.
Put my finger to my lips and go like, shh.
Georgia puts like a pouting face. Until he sits down, just chills.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
So you read magic gibberish?
What was the number on the chimera?
I think it was number 4.
It was 4. It was 4. 4. If you're talking about the one in the forest, yeah, it was 4.
4.
Okay. Did we find any other numbers on other species in that?
You found a bullet that had like, I think it was like 2B or something, and like 2A.
Yeah, from the bullets.
From what I can discern from this text, seems to be a list of species or beings, some which may be of interest to us,
Oh.
some that are probably not from this world, or some that probably are.
And as the two of you are staring at it, it hurts to remember it.
Am I able to try and write down what I can?
You can, in common, you can try to translate as best you can. You're not
Okay.
sure why. Like, you don't recognize this as a language, but you're still able to understand it. Like, you're not sure what this would be. It's a very strange sensation. And you see Pratchett sort of looking at the screen too, and he's like rubbing his eyes and still looking at it as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and translate as much as I can.
Okay. It'll take you a while to copy it for like word for word.
Okay.
Intelligent, you can remember most of it. Yeah, like reading through the whole thing, it hurt your brain. Like there's a part of your brain that was just aching constantly.
Is it enough to like cause damage or anything?
No, it's just very unpleasant.
I see.
Is it just the real world equivalent of like having letters flash on a screen repeatedly? I don't understand this.
Because it goes a bunch of symbols, and then they were able to discern its meaning, despite not knowing the language. If it is a
Meaning
language.
directly into your brain.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to affect Deirdre for whatever reason.
Ghost racism, I'm betting. Maybe it's because I don't have a brain. Because these creatures seem very scientifically minded. And ghosts ain't science at all.
Stuff about the Chimera. What?
How long would it take for me to copy it down?
Word for word with your brain, just like from memory without actually like just probably good 10-20 minutes.
Okay.
Like
Riley's gonna peek his head in and be like, "What's taking you guys so long? What's in there?"
Magic letters.
Come in here.
Are you sure?
Yeah, and maybe bring Jana in there. Jana here too.
I don't know about that. Can Giorgio fit through this this like opening? God, words are escaping me.
All of you can fit through the opening except for the celestial because it's fucking huge. It's just
Okay.
a tight squeeze.
All right. Well, apparently there's something of interest in there, Jenna. I'm going in. What's up?
You're inside
Okay.
Pratchell.
I'm trying to move and it's stuck.
They're in love now. Face it.
There we go.
No.
If I'm done copying it down and unless Zero wants to say anything first, then I guess I'll show them what I copied down.
Okay.
What?
So it would take you a while, but you have a paper copy of this, and you sort of look at the big glowing screen as well, and it's written in weird symbols, and then you blink it, it's common, and it starts hurting your brain.
Well, hold on, Chris. You were able to discern something from this? What is going on? It's so weird.
I'm gonna specifically point to like my text where it says containment C2 specimen.
Yep. So Jenna and Riley, I have also added the.
Yeah, I see it.
I think I'm gonna show it to Deirdre as well.
Let's see. Glass panel text.
Yeah. I'll show it to Deirdre as well.
Sure. So I'll just add in for everyone you can see. So.
I am looking respectfully.
Hold on. Yeah. So Deirdre, you didn't experience whatever they experienced, but over the course of 10, 20 minutes or so, Chris was able to copy down good solid chunk of this.
Does it hurt to read this?
It's written in common, so for you, it's just a piece of paper.
Okay, so it doesn't hurt to recall this for me. It's not the words; it's more the method through which they were transferred.
Potentially, it's just the whenever Chris and Zero looking at the screen, it was like hurting their brain. But for you, you're just reading a piece of paper.
Skyfish. But I've already done away with a skyfish. Hold on, a species Vasaro star system Stratos. What in the world is that?
Draining the resource known as blood?
Skyfish.
Oh, we're
Deirdre,
dealing with space aliens. Oh, this is.
Make a religion check, Deirdre.
Hey, I'm a religion. Hopefully good. Awesome.
Good enough. 2 phrases in this piece of paper pop out to you, or 2 words, I should say. The name Azason and Vasaro. Azason was a god in your time of fire, willpower, and rebirth. Generally pretty hot-headed from what you read, and she had a thing for another god, but you're not sure who. You don't remember exactly what you recall. But of fire, willpower, and rebirth. Vasara was one of the more prominent, especially during your time, a god of the sun.
Where's Vasaro?
In various phrases here. Description specifically. Vasara was was a god of sunlight.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing a specimen.
Sunlight, war, and sacrifice. And especially during your time, there's a lot of war and sacrifice going around. So around that time, Vasara was pretty powerful.
Vasaro? Like the star system.
You recognize Vasara as a god. God of the sun, specifically.
Huh.
Big thing about sacrifice during war and like executing prisoners of war.
Huh. I recognize some of these names. They're gods. Gods species?
Skyfish.
Gods are aliens?
What does the word temporal mean?
Relating to... Wait, is this Riley asking?
Yeah.
Chris, you're a wizard.
Chris, make a intelligence check.
Okay. Intelligence, right?
Intelligence, straight check. No idea.
Oh,
Hmm.
Pratchett will make one too. Why not? Wow, he rolled. Wow, he literally rolled a 3. Cool. No one knows what temporal means.
Love that for us.
Would I know the concept of like a planet, like with the readings that I've done, like about falling stars and space and that?
You know there's various theories of whether the whole landmass you exist on is flat or not. Simply because the continent pretty much everyone on this continent doesn't really know what's beyond the seas. Anyone that's ever tried, especially Sylnia, they launch a lot of expeditions like yearly. They none of them has ever come back. But
Because
the
it's
term,
aliens out there.
the term planet comes to the theory of the whole landmass being relatively round, like a sphere.
Okay.
So
And Chris
you
would know that.
The concept, but you're not sure one way or another whether it's flat or round.
I see. It seems like maybe we're on one of these planets that are named here.
Huh.
Like, we have displacer beasts. We've encountered them before.
We have fish in the
Does-
sky too.
Hold on. Under
Does
displaced
Janna
beast, this is
recognize-
suitable size to be infected. Whatever's going on here is not good for us.
Didn't we see a weakened displacer beast?
It's like
Have we not-
malnourished.
I want to know more about this skyfish. A species found primarily Vasaro's star system.
The
Star-
Vasaro
What
is
is
the
that?
god of the sun. Powerful god.
And Chris, you said these planet things. We might be on one of them? Can Riley make an intelligence check to put together what planets and stars might mean?
You can try. You're not like well versed or learned about these things, but you can try.
It's a pretty good roll. It's really good
Really
guesswork.
roll. You've heard bits and pieces of from Perry, your lifelong friend, basically brother to you, and like things from he's picked up from his travels. Like he's the most learned of your whole village, which isn't that big to begin with. Yeah, you would hear pretty much about the concept of planets and whether it's flat Earth or round. Pretty much that debate's still going on here, and because no one really knows what's around the seas, like everyone, that the only thing people know is this one landmass, pretty much, and all the countries on it. Anyone that's ever tried to venture out past that have just never came back, so no one can make. Is that Brandon?
Yeah.
Yep. So no one can make one way or another, but the word planet just comes from the theory that round Earth.
Did I cut out?
Yeah. Stars to you are just like.
What do you mean? Did you cut out?
Didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at least.
Oh, yeah. I
You
was
dropped.
just saying that. I was saying why I thought we were that of what our planet could be, just based on the displacer beast description.
You think we're on Serde?
Yeah.
Actually, Deirdre,
Just-
you would also know this as well. The term seer
Oh, that's
means
it. Okay.
means home in Old Common.
Seer. That means home. In my language.
Does Jana know like what a Yeti and Assazon is?
Make a nature check.
No.
You've heard of Yeti? You've never seen one? You know that they're like creatures that live in high mountains, but beyond that, you're not sure. As a zone, you've never heard. Just period.
That's the one that's catching Jana's eye. This seems like it's one of those, like this. It's literally a god.
What are the gods?
I guess skyfish could also be used to describe the guina. I've never actually seen it in water before. But does that mean a species? No, it
I
can't
don't
be.
understand. I don't understand.
If God is a species and it gets its power from worship, does that mean Akem is gaining traction with worship? Because he
No.
seems to be pretty powerful.
If the gods gain their power through worship, then why are they in hiding?
Well, nobody's been praying to the guina for whoever knows how long. It's
They've
just
been
me
praying
out
to
here.
the 10.
Well, if they
How-
made false gods, that's how you keep people from worshiping the real ones. Keep them out
Yes,
of
but-
power.
Surely they have enough power to manifest.
What do you mean?
Well,
Well,
these
if they're
gods,
not
they have-
real. If
well,
they're not
no,
real.
our gods have granted us blessings. Why
Might
not
just-
make their
might
presence
just be
known?
like Christmas, you gotta get enough people to believe for it to work. You can't just have one kid. You gotta get the
But-
whole town.
You,
If that's
from
the
what I
case,
understand,
hmm.
you did not believe in these gods when you were granted their blessings, if unless I am mistaken.
I did not know my god was a god. I believed in its existence, but I did
But did
not
you
know its
worship
true
it?
nature. I guess not, but I was looking for it. Does that count?
I don't know.
Let's.
At any
Can we
rate,
go find this thing? Let's just go find it and talk to it.
find what?
I mean, these are containment specimens. I'm assuming they're somewhere here, right?
Are you saying they have a god here?
They have a
quite
course of
possibly could
action,
be.
so I'm assuming they have access.
The course of action is to interrogate, so I'd imagine it's probably still alive.
There's a possibility that there might be specimens here.
Only one
That
way
is
to
certainly
find
what this
out.
implies.
Let's go.
Let's check it out.
Yeah. Let's
Well-
go find a god, I guess.
Also,
We've
I want to
come
find
this
the
far.
flump. I want to save the flump.
Sure, why not? That's a song.
As a song you would know is I guess I forgot to describe what they look like. She's relatively old, one of the older gods, you know. Flaming hair. Has like molten cracks in her skin, and she wears like a dress made of magma. Vasaro, we've heard the description is like a really deep crimson skinned man with a head of a large cat, usually like with like 12 different curved daggers. He enjoys gutting people.
So Assazon friendly, generally. Like, what kind of disposition should we be expecting here?
Which one? Check, you're not sure. Like you know that at the very least she had a temper, at least when she was around at your time.
Mhm.
But beyond that, not sure. And you know Vasaro was a vicious bastard, but yeah, that's about it.
Well, if whatever we're fighting can lay low a god, we might just be fucked.
Well, keep in mind also, if the gods receive their power from, the masses believing in them, that means gods can become pretty weak. If you haven't been believing in a god for millennia, Who knows how weak they get?
Well, after 2,000 years, my god was able to bring me back as a ghost, so they can't be completely powerless.
What
In
if
either
we give
case.
a god enough power to return?
Well, I can only hope I'm making a dent like that.
And just make sure it isn't a chem that we're helping return either.
Well, I doubt any of us are worshipping him.
The witches did, though.
That is true, they totally did. And then I'm guessing once he ran the course of their worship, he harvested them for his own methods, for his own ends. What do they mean by harvest in this?
Are they
What?
treating these species as vegetables?
It literally
maybe
says they were
that's-
used. Oh, well,
Or maybe
for
that's
just
what they're-
kidding.
Maybe that's what the specimen's goals are.
For many of these, it says genetic material assimilated. Are they taking the strongest parts of these species and stealing them?
I don't think standing around here is going to get us any more answers. Let's see if there's other rooms like this one.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can go and find a god. That god's Asazon's genetic material has not yet been assimilated. Perhaps there's still time to prevent that from happening. Because whatever this is, I don't think we want them getting their hands on the essence of a god.
All right, then. Let's get out of here.
Okay, y'all dipping.
Mm-hmm. Quietly.
Sneakily like.
Okay.
I'll let other people go in front this time.
Okay. Pratchett will follow your lead.
Riley will go behind Deirdre.
Well, guess I'm taking the lead then.
Okay. I would assume it's like a mishmash of this big cluster. That sounds safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and sort of very stealthily trying to make your way past these constructs. Deirdre, you see with her past perception, this one has no light to its eyes either as well.
Like it's been entirely disabled, or like it's in an inactive state like the other one was?
It's very similar to the other one. You're not sure whether it's entirely disabled, but it's just not moving or reacting to any stimulus right now.
Well, it works for me. Let's go down this way.
Right behind you.
Okay. As you make your way over there, this door is entirely ajar, like completely. It looks like some sort of big mass of metal and pipes and tubing, and you're not entirely sure what exactly to make of this.
Does it look like big enough to hold a living thing? Like, assuming it's hollow inside?
It could, potentially.
Is it making
It's-
noise?
A little bit. Not much.
Hmm.
It's like it's louder whirring than the constructs you're doing, but it's not much louder. And some parts you can see are like sort of vibrating and shifting slightly.
Any
Are there any
buttons on it?
markings?
Make a perception check.
Who's making a perception check?
You, because you asked.
Oh, I thought you responded to Jesse.
Ooh.
Interesting.
With your that's pretty good perception. Just looking around, it's very hard to make out anything. There's like so many pieces of metal moving slightly, vibrating slightly. There's just too many parts. Near the very top, there's like a fairly solid central column, and on one side you can see a circle with sort of 4 swirly, almost like S shapes coming out in 3 equal parts. Sort of like I guess I can just draw it, but you can probably imagine it yourself.
Let's go see if we can find more and see if these markings change. Maybe we can figure out if these are where they're keeping things. Like,
It's like the 3
these might,
tendrils.
right.
It
Let's see
does
if
A
some have
watchful
more than
eye?
one.
You think that this is one of the eyes then?
It resembles it, I think.
Hmm.
At least the symbol does.
Yeah, if you slapped an eye in the middle with some weird constructs on like these, hold on, like weird
Okay.
things on parts, yeah, it would look pretty similar.
Jana's using her big brain to engage. I bet if we look around at some of these other ones, there may be more or less tentacles coming out. And my guess is that the letter in front, the R's are right, C is center, L is left. So we're probably at the lower, the scary dreadnought thing. So we probably shouldn't touch these.
I'll take your word for it. I don't really have a horse in this race, so
But fingers crossed, this one is flump. Let's check out the others to confirm. But let's not open any of these ones over here.
Yeah, probably best to take stock of the situation first, but keep it a little bit quick because we don't want our genetic material assimilated because that would probably be very bad for us. And the most, I would reckon.
Okay, continuing forward. So you can move up comfortably. It's around there. Yep. So you see a intersection. One goes straight ahead to a door. This construct seems to be inactive as well. No light to a single central eye. No movement to your stimulus. So
Jana's
Right.
gonna sneak to the right.
and you encounter
I
another door.
trust Jana on this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And whenever I feel like the hour's gonna run up, Jana's gonna recast again for another hour.
You still have another like 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
For your
Okay.
Wait, you figured the Celestial would probably be running out around now?
you're like on the last legs, pretty much. You've been here
Okay.
for a little bit. You've been here for these like 40, 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's like 10 or so minutes left then.
Okay. So as you approach this door, the door very weakly opens, like almost asthmatically. The other one's slammed shut or open. This one just like a faulty pneumatic piston just opens up.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's the
see
flump.
3 think for that again. 3 creatures. One is a very bulbous white tendrilled single-eyed entity that is probably like 7 feet in diameter with like a lot of long tendrils. The
I
other
don't
one
like
has
that one.
No,
The other
no
one
one
had-
enter this. No one enter this room.
I don't see this one. I don't like that one. That one's very scary looking, and I don't like it.
All right. Sorry,
one to the
Simon.
left.
Continue.
one to the left has one single eye and a mouth. Several eye tentacles at the top that seem to be like wriggling out in various directions, and several smaller, just regular tendrils at the bottom. The one on the right kind of looks like a jellyfish with like really long snail-like appendages. They all seem to be in these strange, very clear green glass containers, and they appear to be completely unmoving, completely. And there's also a central, dimly lit, glowing piece of glass in the center of the room.
Well,
wonder if
now,
it is
these are
just
some...
three in one room.
Jenna, does your primeval awareness detect anything here?
Oh, that's interesting. She wants to spend a minute to see.
Okay, take a minute. There appears to be no monstrosities or elementals here at all, though
Yeah.
you would know a Yeti would be a monstrosity. Yeah, you don't detect one.
Ooh. I
think it's
don't
monstrous.
detect one.
I think it's a Yeti. I think it's a monstrosity. At least. It is, yeah.
You're trying to tell me these things aren't monstrosities? I don't believe that
I
for a
think
second.
they're from a different system. I think these are all the ones from Dreadnought system. And if so, two of them are really dangerous, and one of it's like nothing. So let's not. Maybe we can come back if we feel like we want to partake. I feel pretty confident that these are R1, 2, 3.
Hmm.
I'm
Well,
gonna
you
whisper
found
to
your flump.
Hmm?
I'm gonna whisper to Pratchel, do you want to capture one?
No, oh my god, we're walking. No.
Okay, I'm
How do we
seeing
seal
the
this door shut?
primary defense
frickin-
mechanism of planet Michael Sarah is magic, which we got magic of varieties hella. So we're definitely Seer.
I hoping Chris read the thing that one of these is capable of consuming the resource known as magic.
Yeah. And another one's capable of consuming blood to sustain itself.
Yeah, and will dominate species to assimilate.
To assimilate
And one of it's a
enslave or
little
whatever.
blobfish.
Also,
Yeah,
literal
whatever.
beholder right there.
Okay, so this is the
you don't wanna
displacer
fuck with that.
beast. Probably a Yeti. So this is, I think, the one we want. So center, let's confirm. And if we sneak over here, we're gonna be getting... Oh, wait, no, the Yeti was over left. There should be a Yeti over here somewhere.
Okay, that is Skyfish, Displacer Beast, and Burbelang.
Skyfish?
And yeah.
Well, that's a god right there. Yeah, the
So we
Burbelang can talk
think
to the
one,
dead. I think that's
two,
neat.
3. So okay. And then we're assuming 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Jenna
no
kinda wants
wonder
to
there's all
sneaky
kinds of fucked up stuff in the Underdark. This is what's going on down here.
Yep. To the left is a door.
Okay. We won't go through that at this time. You guys want to go talk to Azazon?
I think that would be very beneficial. Wait,
You
hold
mean
on.
the literal god?
Yeah. Should
Could I?
we
Yeah.
take 10 minutes to commune to ask if this be the will of the gods? The celestial will go away, but
That seems
because
like it's
it'll be
your
different.
prerogative. That means nothing to Jana.
The will of the gods. I mean, I don't really know what that particularly means, so do what you want, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're fine with taking 10 minutes.
I guess.
I think this would be a valuable.
Are you going to pass up the
communion
opportunity to not talk to them?
Well, if it's a horrible idea, perhaps. You know what? I think whatever happens, I would rather have a angel of death on my side.
Okay.
Fuck it, let's go.
Lead the way then.
Okay, you're making way in.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Zero, you following?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just gonna move your token up here so I don't get confuzzed or lose it. Okay. So to your left, you see a small, some mixture between a spider, snake, and a beetle. Like it has spider-like legs, a very long, elongated beetle-like body, and the neck sort of cranes out to a weirdly reptilian snake-like face. It's very disturbing. It's kind of small. It's like small dog sized. Ahead of you, you see a colossally large humanoid, white-furred creature with large curling horns, probably standing about 15 feet tall. It's sort of in a pose that looks like it's roaring or at least attempted, like about to like bash this piece of glass, but it's just stood still. Jenna, you would recognize this as a Yeti.
Woo.
And to the right, you see a towering column of flame that swirls up probably about 20 feet, hitting the ceiling, and it's like looking downwards with a sort of flame-shaped face or face-shaped flame. And it's almost snake-like there as well, with like some small, looks like ever-growing arms coming out. Also, it's just suspended, just doing nothing pretty much, like the flames have just stood still. And in the center is a small glass display, not unlike the ones you found earlier. This one is dimly glowing. Who would like to approach it?
Tentatively. I just want to look. I'm not touching anything.
Yeah, no touch.
Okay. Sure. So you look ahead and you see this one is briefly glowing. And as you approach, it grows a little brighter and almost throws some light into the air that coalesce into shapes. 3D shapes, as you can see. And there's 3 of these shapes as well. One is a square with sort of like an upside down L shape stricken through it at a 45-degree angle, sort of like let's make a perfect square. Yeah, I'll just draw out these symbols. Hold on. Like that. One's like an oblong, rounded shape in this vague shape of a T. Kind of like that. Don't mind that it kind of looks phallic.
Looks like a fidget spinner.
That
Yeah, I
was
was
my
gonna
first
say.
thought as well.
And that was not my intention, but sure, thank you.
No
And
problem.
the other one is an upside down triangle with a 3-pointed shape in the center of it. So sort of like that, but cleaner, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And these shapes appear exactly like this in front of you.
Are there any symbols on the containment cells?
No.
Oh.
Chris, what do you make of this?
Do I recognize it as anything?
Nope. Just symbols. And sorry, there's 3 sets of these. One to the left, one to the like top, and one to the right.
My instinct is to go to the one to the right, but that feels like a Simon trap. I know that's
Do you-
metagaming, but I'm being honest about my feelings.
I mean, do you really figure it's as easy as it's the one in that direction?
Sorry, it's so there's 3 sets of these. So there's like one sort of like this.
Mm.
Oh, okay. So it's like there's one
It does
corresponding
look
to
like-
each
yeah.
cell, but there's 3 options. Okay,
I
so
still
I
feel
think
like the one to the right is the one. I feel like it is that easy.
Are there so these sets of symbols, are any glowing?
They're all glowing, same like a dull blue glow. And they're just sort of they're like hologrammed, pretty much in the sets of 3. There's 3 sets of these.
Okay, so for the course of action, there were 4 different options. There's infect, harvest, interrogate, and destroy. I'd imagine at least like each of these symbols probably corresponds to one of those, maybe. Except for maybe the interrogate option, which might be a combination of them or something. I don't. These are probably buttons.
Do you think there's a key for the usage elsewhere in this facility? Perhaps beyond that door that we ignored.
Before we, say maybe do you want to try to go through the next? I'm almost afraid if we walk through that next door, it's going to close and we can't come back.
That is a fair concern.
But also, I want to know if there's info of like how to read this language.
Yeah.
Looking at this just makes my head spin more.
Can we just send like Pratchell into the next room? Like just Pratchell.
Don't tell me what to do.
We could always just press the button on the tiny one first and see what happens.
Why wouldn't you want to press what happens to like Azolan or whatever?
In case we destroy it.
Yeah, in case we harvest a god for the benefit of malicious space forces.
Do we know what outer space is?
Not really.
Space.
Malicious forces beyond the moon?
There we go.
Yeah, there's theories about it, like what exactly is above the sky. Space is one of them.
Yeah. From this point, we would definitely be able to infer that these things are from, like, somewhere else.
Perhaps.
I think it's a good idea. Test it on the one on the left. So if it opens, that's one of the safer ones that gets opened.
Are we sure about that? What did the note say again?
They're very smart and capable because they can build star-capable vessels, whatever that means, to colonize other bodies. And they subjugated other species, and they're the dominant species in the systems in which it is present. So this thing's probably very cunning.
Sounds to me like it's the most intelligent one here. Maybe not a great idea to set that free.
I mean, what's our other option? The Yeti? Because I don't know about y'all, not in the mood to fight it. Well, I'm in the mood. Me, Jesse, is in the mood to fight a Yeti. Deirdre is not particularly in the mood or in the ability space to fight a Yeti right now.
It is a monstrosity, and Jenna has advantages with that. If we do end up fighting it.
Consider it is very big.
Alright, I no longer have a horse in this race. I'm out. Do as you will. I guess we'll have to deal with the consequences.
We also could go to the little fishy thing, but we risk that if we're wrong and that these don't line up with how we think they do, we open one of the other ones.
Well, that's just bad design. I mean, these robots, they're not like fools.
Do these symbols... I guess I'll
what if each of them is an option?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. My question is, do these symbols look like they depict anything familiar?
Not that you know of.
Yeah, okay, then there's nothing.
Yeah, it's probably just some alien hieroglyphics kind of situation.
Let's just get gutsy. I'd say we just try left to right. So we're going to try the box with the weird L on the one on the left to see what it does.
Can I try and do comprehend languages as a ritual?
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty good idea.
Okay, I'm gonna spend 10 minutes to do that.
Okay, if we're taking the 10 minutes, I'll do my thing too.
Okay. Cool. So you pop comprehend languages as a ritual. Pratchell's just watching you. You feel like the silent judging of a teacher, like looking at your work. because that's pretty much exactly what fragile is. And you let that go. You look at the symbols; they don't seem to corroborate with any language. They still just look like the symbols. Deirdre, you set down your big horde of maggots that come pouring out of your ethereal ribcage. Set out your candle of
Totally.
incense. What would you like to ask?
Is it a great idea to release Assassin?
I think I can. You get the maggots that you summon begin to just squirm around in random directions. You get the sense that your god doesn't really know.
Okay, so we got a bit of a wild card situation on our hand. I doubt we'd really know much about these symbols, but
Zero. You know thieves can't. Do any of these symbols resemble anything like that?
I love that. Okay. Will one of these symbols release the imprisoned thing?
The maggots begin to squirm around confused again. You also get the sense that your god doesn't have a lot of experience in this realm.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, I did kind of expect this. Do the gods come from beyond the stars, beyond the moon?
The maggots cease their confused squirming and they begin to wither and die. You get a sense, no.
Huh. Well, now I'm just confused.
So our gods are local.
Okay, so yeah, I get the sense that Seer is the planet that we're on, and the gods are from here. Okay. Well, I think we found the answer to what did the gods fear. Whatever the hell this is.
Makes you wonder what Akem knows of this.
Well, figure we should start pressing buttons. Or maybe check
Yeah,
out that other
and-
room first.
If somebody wants to go check out the other room, I can wait to press buttons. I
Chris,
just
what do you
don't
think the
wanna
chances
all go-
are?
The
door
I'm gonna go into
closes.
I'm gonna try and go into one of the previous rooms
Okay.
and go up to one of the panels and see what symbols go up there.
Okay.
I
Someone
better
wanna
go make sure he
Chris?
doesn't kill himself.
Yeah, thank you. Or open something.
Okay. So you approach the panel. It looks identical to the room looked identical pretty much, and three more the exact same symbol pop up, except the one because I forgot I didn't copy and paste it. There you go.
What does infect mean? Is this the same creatures as the obelisk? Infect with those
What's-
crystals?
What does Zero think?
No thoughts, head empty.
Should we check the other room? to see
Yeah.
if there's anything in there.
I think before that, hold on. Is that center one? Would that be a skyfish?
Potentially, you've never heard of the term before. But considering the order of how that thing seems to be written out, and that the fact that Janet's predictions were correct, you assume that would be a skyfish.
Riley's going to inch closer to it.
Okay.
And
It's like a weird jellyfish-like creature. It's pretty big. It's like the size of an elephant, but it has like long tendrils, jellyfish-like, and has like these tusks as well with some weird feathered appendages right below it.
Well, you're not like any fish I've ever seen. I hope one day I can wrestle your kind and see who's the better fish. Or me versus you. I don't know what I'm saying. I was hoping... I don't know what I was hoping for.
Yeah, all of these creatures that you see in these containments, they're not moving at all. Like they're like statues.
Do you think this is what that thing means by temporostasis? They appear to be frozen. Maybe that's the stasis part.
I
Yeah.
think so.
What does genetic material assimilated mean? Them some have and some don't.
Maybe an ability to reproduce.
Yeah, probably. They've taken something?
Would I know anything about
Hey, wait a second.
genetics?
Make an intelligence check. Like, you haven't like delved too deeply into the subject, but you do know that it's a relatively new study of like what makes things, especially living things, and the concept of people just being made up of various elements and chemicals, pretty much, and like those minute changes to those elements can cause drastically different body structures and thoughts and stuff. It's a weird, like, new field of study that you're not 100% sure, but you do know that it's the idea of the makeup of a living being, pretty much.
So they're stealing, harvesting, assimilating this makeup of a being. Are they using them in experiments? I don't see any other reason to have them held captive here. I don't know if we're gonna figure out anything more by just standing here and looking at symbols. So either press them or let's go through that door.
Yeah.
Let's check the door.
Okay, is everyone going through the door?
I
Janet's
vote
staying
let's
over
go
on
through
this
the door.
side.
Door gang.
Okay, Pratchett will follow Chris. Where's Zero going?
I'll go.
Okay. So as you approach the door, the door does open, but it opens very weakly, revealing another door.
Airlock time, let's go.
Do you want to risk not being able to come back to this area?
You can always
Yes.
teleport back.
Before I go through, can I like set my blink back boots, please?
Okay. Everyone come?
Yeah. Riley's going to
Yeah,
make a
I'm
mental
okay.
note of where this area is so that when he needs to eventually teleport, he gets the measurements right.
Okay. And as you approach, everyone approaches this area, the doors behind you close.
Yep.
Well, we all saw this coming. Oh, Johnny, you're here.
Hello.
As the ones in front of you open with a slight hissing sound as it opens your hit with this scent of filth and decay and just rot. As it opens up to a very large chamber. Hold on, let me just double check one thing here. Okay.
I'm gonna look up first thing.
Okay, it's a pretty large chamber. It's not too tall. It's a little like slightly taller than the ceilings you were in before, so it's like 10, 15 feet high at this point. So it's not too terribly tall. But it is a large chamber, and there is another display. This one's actually like actively blinking, of glass. It's like a black metal, and it's just little blinking lights of red, yellow, green, just all over the place. And all of you, except for Deirdre, who is probably used to this point or just can't smell, are assailed with the scent of just rot and just filth, and it's disgusting and nauseating in here.
Oh,
You see ahead of you some sort of divot in the ground, like a circle that's ringed by some black, some metal, like almost like the size of like a speed bump, like a black metal speed bump around it, with these 6 weird cables attached to the circumference, not equally, just ringed around a little bit of it. And right above this pit is a almost triangular shape, but it's like off kilter to one side. It's almost like a weird hermit crab, and it's just like sort of hanging off just above this pit.
So my guess is this is where they're keeping the genetic material.
but what can we do with it?
Destroy it so they don't have it.
Jen would like to inspect.
Okay, who's walking forward?
I will walk forward with Jen.
Riley's sticking back. He's got his
Hashtag
scarf
I
over his
stand with
nose,
Janet.
man.
Yeah, I'll go forward.
Okay, Pratchett will go forward with you. Zero, where you go?
I'll follow.
Is Pratchell Giorgio for Chris?
Pratchett just following Chris away. So yeah, pretty much.
Love it.
Zero, you're going forward?
What was that?
You're staying back.
I'm following.
Okay, so you're going forward. I'll stick you there, I guess. Yep. So you can see the source of whatever the smell is. It looks like a big mass of just gray and pink. You can see it's almost like pulsating, like a heart. Like every so often, it would just right from the center, it would just be like this, oof, and it would just do like a wave, like a droplet in a lake, and it's just ever so like pulsating. And you can see it's solid, but it's liquid almost. It's not unlike a writhing mass of maggots, but it's not. You can see limbs, you can see tendrils, you can see fins, wings, just all sorts of just pink and half melted flesh. And it's all just swirling, like almost like in a blender.
Does it feel wrong?
It's disgusting, but you don't feel like looking at the obelisk, it doesn't feel like a weird sense of dread, no. And as you all approach, you can see the 6 cables that were sort of attached to the, and Riley walks forward, the 6 cables attached to the circumference begin to whip a little bit, and they begin to vibrate as you see a sort of streak of blue energy go from the ceiling, these cables are connected to the ceiling to the circumference. It goes from the ceiling to this pit, and you see crackle electricity just jolt through this flesh pit.
As you hear boss music.
That weird triangular hermit crab shape detaches and rotates, and 6 more tentacles begin to emerge from that. You can see the mass of flesh begins to pulsate even faster. Some parts begin to almost rise up and then fall like waves. As this figure attached to the ceiling turns around and these tendrils whip out, it's, well, I can show you.
Don't think I like that.
I don't know about y'all, but this is looking a little bit suspicious to me.
It's a mixture of like a weird ancient sea creature and an octopus with these weird rubbery tentacles ending in these black iron or some black strange metal caps that seem to grasp and claw and pinch out. These blue pulsating wires begin to run up its length as it turns towards all of you.
I think we found our engineers.
And that is where we'll pick up next time.
We're fucked, aren't we?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, that's not good.
Also, as Riley goes through, the door closes.
Yeah, I had a feeling that might be the case.
Oh, well, this is just. Oh, we've found ourselves in a situation.
So we'll do that next week. 3 weeks from now, I suppose. Christmas being skipped.
Fuck. We have to wait 3 more weeks to even possibly get answers? This is driving me insane.
Oh, yeah, this is. You can't just
Chris-
throw aliens at us like that.
Does Chris have a bomb?
I fucking hope so.
I don't.
We didn't even
have
get
a
to
plan.
restore our spell slots. We're actually like super mega fucked.
Hey, what if
This
This
Pratchett
might be
just opened?
TPK.
Well, only people that Pratchett designates can go into his magic door, right? What if he just made a magic door and we all just went into it and got a long rest?
You also forget we have we can talk to these things. Might not be instant initiative.
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for, but
I'm hoping for the best.
hoping for the best. But judging from, our experience so far, these don't seem like the most friendly critters.
Fun fact, Bowen, you were pretty close to the campaign title.
I've had a feeling I was.
Yeah, the official campaign title is From Between the Stars.
Oh, that's sick.
Ooh.
So it was supposed to be, it was an alien campaign from the very beginning.
Well,
You have
That was my-
fooled us into thinking your sci-fi story was a fantasy story.
it can be both.
Yeah.
It totally can, and it totally is, and I am here for it.
It can also be a romance at any time, Simon. Anytime you
That's
feel
true.
like it.
Mass Effect, this
Yeah.
shit, just romance, just completely different biologies.
I mean, hey, all it takes is a cute bear for Giorgio. Giorgio could get a bear boyfriend at any point. That's all I'm saying.
Get some XP.
Let me just double check the actual. I was waiting for you guys to be like, man, long rest would be nice. No one did.
I was thinking
mean-
about it, or at least a short rest.
Are you saying you're thinking about it like right now? It's a little late.
No, not now. Like back, like when we first went into this weird area.
I mean, we're in the middle
I
of the
didn't say
danger
anything.
zone.
Okay. So for the combat, the one combat you did technically, that was 800 experience. Wasn't very difficult. And for just general RP stuff and also like trap doing and like discovery, I'll give you guys a solid 2K
Ooh.
So 2,800.
total.
That brings us to what?
9.
93, 140.
93. Yeah.
93, 140. Okay.
Also, this isn't this is myself included. We just got to get better at rationing during like dungeon crawls to not just blow spells on shit we don't need to.
True.
You know, I kind of had the opposite philosophy for our last thing because I find like I reserve my resources a bit too much sometimes. So I decided, hey, fuck it, let's just blow some magic on some stuff because I usually have a lot of resources left over, especially like lower level resources. So I decided to be a little bit more liberal with my usage, and goodness gracious, did that ever backfire?
Always got to be worried 100% of the time.
Yeah,
With how
let my
much
guard
healing I've
down.
been doing, I can't believe I still have as many spell slots as I do. I have
Yeah, I mean-
at least 3 emergency escape buttons.
Yeah, I mean, I got one more big one in me.
You ever got
Then that's
5
basically
spell
it.
slots left? Yeah, I'm reading this right. I've got 1 4th level spell slot.
I got a 5th level, all my 3rd levels, thank goodness, and then just 1st levels.
Oh shit, I forgot I have mending now. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Just kidding. That's not human mending. I don't care.
That's applying hot glue guns to a open wound, pretty much.